Peace, greetings to you all. It's your brother Naheem, BKA Lord Abba, aka Mr. Just the Facts. Family, make sure first and foremost you all hit that like button. We're having an open mic conversation. The link is in the description. Support the channel first and foremost. Hit the like button. If you are new to the channel, it's your first time watching this video, your first time coming across our channel, and you like our content, hit that subscribe button. And then make sure you hit that little bell icon next to the subscribe button, so you can become notified every time BTP goes live and become a part of the notification nation. You know, I just wanted to open it up to the family tonight, see if anybody had anything that they wanted to share from their observations based on tonight's Supreme Court hearing. But before, we get into anything, let me give a shout out. We got a new member in the building. Strata became a member of the channel. Shout out to Strata for becoming the newest member of the Be the Power channel. Shout out to Brother Bondog. He became a member. I believe that was the last episode for becoming a member. So, I want to give a shout out to the members, man. And shout out to our BTP mods who are in the building. Sister Riri is on deck. BTP Riri. Sister Shanna, BTP Shanna is on deck. BTP Ross is on deck. BTP Kelly. It's BTP and Freedmen fam up here. What's going on, Sister Kelly? Nevada Freedmen, DMV Freedmen, Bay Area Freedmen. The Freedmen are in the building. Queen Yasmin, what's going on, sis? There was the scene at the end of the Avengers, the last Avengers, and everybody had been waiting for Captain America to utter this line that came from the comic book. And he finally uttered that line, and that line was, "Avengers, assemble." And I think now it's time for us to utter a similar line. Freedmen, assemble. It's time for us to form Voltron, family. It is time for us to really, really put this thing together. I was just on a Zoom call and conflicted with tonight's live stream. Either I forgot that the Zoom was tonight or it just popped. I can't remember. I got too much going on the brain right now, digesting a lot of information and trying to get things moving across this country with what we are trying to do with reparations, particularly the local reparations initiative. So, shout out to everybody that's working across the country, man, because, we're moving. We're moving right now. We are moving right now, family. And one of the things that I noticed was that Narcan and Cobra, right? Because they're the culprits. And so as long as they are the culprits, we have to keep invoking them. And I noticed that they were basically taking over, man. They were taking over. Jay Alexander, Brandon, what's going on, fam? They were taking over. And I'm like, what they're doing is they're leaving footprints. They're leaving their footprints all over the place because they want, and this was something that we had spotted like, man, 2-3 years ago, man, when we were breaking down HR 40 and they first started pushing local initiatives. Reek Omi, what's going on, fam? And they started pushing those local initiatives, which they called reparations, but they didn't even meet the local or a local reparations standard. We got brother BTP Ali in the building. That's right, Sister Roz.
Yo.
Politics. What's good, bro? We just having the open. Yeah, we just having the open mic tonight. We'll see if any of the fam want to jump on. The link is pinned in the description. So, anybody want to jump on and share your thoughts about what happened at the Supreme Court and how do you see this thing playing out for us as American freedmen? I personally have been on a high. I mean, I've been on a high. I'm gonna cut this music off. That's my new thing, y'all. I'm gonna be opening up with the sounds. I ain't gonna let it play, but that's gonna be my new thing. I like the theme. I like the bounce of the music, but I want to get into the conversation. So, Brother Ali, man, I've noticed that there were a lot of people. We got BTP Josh in the building. There were a lot of people that got it, man. They really got it. Even a lot of the haters that have been hating on us, particularly, not for any other reason other than like we're the ones that resurrected the freedmen thing. It's like, which was crazy. Oh, it's crazy to me. But anyway, they got it and they see it. And we was in a Twitter space last night with Sister Camilla Moore. Shout out to Sister Camilla Moore. Hey, Rico Suave, hold on 1 second. I'm gonna bring you on. Shout out to our Sister Camilla Moore. She was in there taking questions, man, and there was people in there that was trying to like create this shit starting basically with some of the questions, as if they didn't know the answers to those questions. But either way, it was good because the work that we did over the past couple years was confirmed by Justice Thomas. And I'm going to pull up something in a minute. And it was from a tweet that I woke up to from the brother Ern. Shout out to that brother. He's out in Detroit. Because I want to touch on that because I seen it and I was like, all right, I'm going to have to provide some context to this and go in. But, what are y'all feeling after the live stream we did the other night, that Twitter space we did the other day, and watching the reaction, the positive reactions and the negative reactions from this ruling.
You want to go, Josh?
Well, I'm gonna be short. I think my feelings are that the ones that have been listening for a while, the ones who have been exposed to this information for a while, you know, they hear us. It's like people say, "I hear you." You know, when they say, "I hear you," what that means is I'm still of the same mindset. I still feel the same way, and so I'm gonna hold the same position. I'm gonna continue to do what I'm doing. You know, even though I know it probably is wrong, it doesn't make sense. I have some type of attachment to it, and my mind is set. I think what the sentiment that I got from the ruling is it's less of "I hear you." It's more like, "Damn, y'all were right. So now let me take a serious. I gotta process this, but it's something I gotta accept." You know, from a lot of people. That's kind of where I've seen. I felt like the sentiment shift, and I just want to say, like, it's not about our thing. Has always been. It's not that we have to be right just because we say it and we attach to the feeling of being right. It's like we want to get it right. You know, we want to make sure that we have the best position for us to win, and not necessarily we have the best position because we want to argue with you and we want to defeat you in an argument. That's not what it's about, you know. But if you happen to get in an argument with us, you know, we put painstaking energy into refining and taking our positions and arguments through the fire. So when it comes time to uh make moves based on information, like you want to make the best moves. You don't want to make moves that set yourself up to lose or when you're wasting your time. So I feel like people are more receptive, or the ones that have heard and have been resistant, there is less, it seems to be less resistance. It seems to be more, all right, let's see how we move forward together then with this freedmen thing, because obviously they telling us that race stuff ain't gonna work. But what have you gathered since then, Ali?
Wait, hold on.
Hang
Shout
on one
out to our
second.
brother Iron Physique is in the building. The LA Freedmen is in the building. Shout out to the LA Freedmen, man. As we wait for Ali, Reek Omi said the gatekeepers are running scared. Let me see. Let me pull this up. The gatekeepers are running scared and moving forward. Hopefully, this ruling will stomp out the Pan-Africanist movement, starting in higher learning, and hopefully will be addressed in employment. You know, there's so many different layers to this conversation. You know, let me see. Sister Ross said invited the family from Arkansas that seem to have questions on the back channels. Hope they come in. Yeah, definitely, man. You know, we want to have some discussions and give some answers to the best of our ability, right? We're not no legal minds and necessarily, well, not necessarily, we're not legal scholars, but we know how to read and we know how to comprehend. And we started off in the Moorish movement. Like, I'm not ashamed to say that, because at one point we started off in the pseudo-Moorish movement, where it was a whole bunch of what did Ali used to call it, pseudo-legal mumbo jumbo. But believe it or not, that taught us how to look at some of this stuff.
Absolutely.
Right? So it taught us how to look at some of this stuff. Cosetta Ursula says she's listening in from Little Rock. Peace. And so, you know, we developed that over the years. Even then we got into the real Moorish movement, right? The Moorish Science Temple of America. And we was able to take what we learned and kind of hone it in that particular organization. And then we eventually outgrew it because it wasn't progressing anywhere. And you know how the saying goes in Islam, man plans and the law plans, but Allah is the best of planners. And so we're here. Brother Ali.
Yes, sir. So how do I feel about it? I feel confirmed about the ruling, right? By the ruling. Do I think that the people who are bothered by it, or kind of missing the point. You know, somebody posted a video of uh, what's the elder's name? Because right now his name is escaping me. That made the term Native Black American.
Oh,
Dr. Claude Anderson.
Claude Anderson.
There's a video of Claude Anderson talking about affirmative action and how it's been dead for a long time, and he's glad that it's pretty much over, and that reparations is the way that we're supposed to be going. Without reparations,
that's
we're
right.
going to be a wrap in this country.
I'm gonna
And
play that. Matter of fact, go ahead. I'm gonna pull it up.
yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah, because to me it contextualizes everything. It's like when you realize that affirmative action itself, the concept of what that is and what it's supposed to do, is really rooted in freedmen reconstruction, a policy. And then the fact that it has been co-opted and converted into an all lives matter diversity policy program type of thing, where the freedmen families are the people who benefit the least from it. I'm not that much bothered by it, because I'm one of the people who are of the mindset that if I can't benefit from the thing that was supposed to be for me, then the hell with it. I would rather see it go away than to see a whole bunch of other people benefiting from it more
My
than me.
my sentiment exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like, because it's like, yeah, do we need affirmative action policies? Of course we do, but we need them specifically for us. We don't need them to be using our family's plights to then shoehorn other people in, and then not just shoehorning them, the marinara, not just shoehorning them in, but putting them on top of us. You see what I'm saying? And that to me, thank you. That to me is very, very problematic. You know what I mean? And I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate it. So it's like it's not really it's a loss, but it's a loss that I'm willing to deal with if it means putting these other people in check as well. Like, because again, we talked about white women, right? They got whole affirmative action policies, right, where you can look at it and you see all of these people that are included. It ain't just us, it's so many people. They didn't include LGBTs and everything else. And so other people are able to benefit way more than we are. And I would prefer that not be the case. And so that's my position on it. I just think that people need to see this thing or from a larger perspective than just, oh, they did this to black people. It ain't just black people that this thing is going to affect. It's going to affect a whole lot of people. However, what it does say is that we need to rally the troops, and what we need to do is get more freedmen focused, because as Stephen calls it, freedmanism. Freedmanism is the way that all of this stuff is supposed to be approached, not by way of blackness and negroness and all of this kind of pseudo social constructed bullcrap.
That's right. We need pan freedmanism right now.
That's right. That's right. We got Brother Prime on the stage. And Brother Prime, it been a minute since you've been on BTP. Brother Dre had dropped off. What share your thoughts, Brother Prime. Let people know, what some of what you've been observing. How do you feel about the decision? What do you think going forward with what we're doing as American freedmen? Like, how does this look to you?
Peace, peace, peace. Great to be back on the BTP platform. Can y'all hear me?
Yep. You're
Yeah,
a
we hear you
little
good.
you're a little low, but I can hear you. You gotta take your Twitter space seductive voice off, bro.
What?
You
Yo,
gotta
chill,
take the Twitter space seductive voice off, man.
chill.
Go ahead, bro.
Nah, my bad. But hopefully y'all can hear me well enough. But my thoughts on it is that this decision helps us. I feel great about it, but objectively speaking, and I like how Josh said Pan Africanism. I mean, excuse me, Pan Freedmanism or Pan Freedman or whatever. That's cool. I look at it as freedmen centric or whatever you want to call it. This most definitely helps us. We saw freedmen in the language all over their opinions. So moving forward, I think that this is the best way to go. Whatever you want to call it, at the end of the day, whether the justices are reading your documents or not, the truth remains constant and the history remains the same. And it all led to the American freedmen and our status and position in history in this country. So I think it's a really great thing for us moving forward. Yeah.
Indeed, indeed, man. I'm trying to find the video with Dr. Claude Anderson because that when I seen that, I don't listen to a lot of people, and I'm not gonna pretend like I'm a big fan of Claude Anderson. I'm not. I've heard some things, and I'm like, it's just certain people, and that's people are like that with certain people, right? Y'all hear me say all the time, I don't listen to 19 Keys, Blue Pill and Red Pill, but I know for a fact that somebody like Dr. Claude Anderson is somebody that has skin in this game. He's just not somebody, and maybe it's because other people invoke him in such a way, other people that I might not be feeling because of how they've tried to muddy the waters with what we're doing, whether it's with pushing the American freedmen or whether it was with our rally that we held last October in Washington, D.C., various other reasons. But I mean, when I heard this piece, it was so spot on. We got Brother Dre in the building. What's going on, Brother Dre? Yo, give your breakdown about what you think about this important topic, and what you feel. How do you think the future looks, et cetera, et cetera.
Just give me like 5 minutes.
All right,
I'm just
all
at
right,
the gym.
definitely,
I wanted to jump on because it kept kicking me off, and then I'll jump on in between.
definitely. Man,
I'll say this though, bro.
bro.
What it's doing is it's going to force us to do delineated work.
That's
It's
right.
going to force us to do delineated work because, see, Prom accidentally mentioned Pan-Africanism, but the truth of the matter is, people of the Pan-Africanist or Afrocentric mindset are the very people who want to keep this racial thing going. They want to do all of this race work. How many times that people don't heard us say we ain't interested in doing race work? We're not interested in doing race work. And here comes the Supreme Court undermining this whole thing. It ain't just even Clarence Thomas. Yeah, he's invoking freedmanism, but at the same time, the other justice that you were reading from does a whole deconstruction of this social fiction of race, these racial classifications that were really just created fictions. And so I think where we're headed in this country is we're going to have to mature past the place of doing these coloring crayon type of politics. And we're going to really have to, whether we like it or not, because many of us don't like it, but we're going to have to start dealing with it from a delineated perspective. We're going to have to do for self, as they like to say. Now the do for self thing comes in. And by self, I'm talking about this particular freedman class of people in the United States are going to have to advocate for themselves, because you can't do all of this. I'm doing this for black people, for
That's
the black,
right.
that ain't gonna work.
May I add on to that?
You're good, bro.
Yeah, so exactly. That's where we are now today. It's 2023. I would say that we've been doing a lot of race work thus far, and now this conversation and this movement has elevated beyond the race because if we're being honest, the black people, the race work, it hasn't been specific enough and it hasn't been doing anything for us as far as getting specific policies for us. So people want to call it race conscious. I call it solution based. People want race based policy. I call it solution based. And how we need to be legally conscious. Whether you agree or not, if Thaddeus Stevens and the people who constructed the Constitution were race conscious. They were most definitely legally conscious. And I think, as far as a solution is concerned to the racial consequences of racism, the solution and the remedy comes with the race neutral part of repair. You know, prior to all of this racism, it didn't even exist. So if you ask me, in my opinion, if we have to get to the solution and the repair, we have to get rid of the racial classifications and acknowledge the racism, never forget it, but come to a race um, neutral repair as far as the policy is concerned. And then it has to trickle down into the enforcement of the policy. But adding on to that, I also think that we need to jump on this immediately. I saw an article where they're talking about now attacking legacy admissions. And I think that now they're trying to say legacy would be a proxy to race, or that would be the argument that they're making. Whereas us, for reparations, we're making the argument that our ancestry is not a proxy to race. So that will be interesting, and maybe we could touch on that later.
Well, it speaks to what Ali was saying when he said we should start pulling back from using the term lineage, because lineage is a proxy for race. And we showed it, right? We pulled it up, and we absolutely, hell, I might pull that up in a few minutes anyway. Dre, let me know if you're ready. If not, I'm gonna play this Claude Anderson video.
Yeah, but
Play the video and I'll jump in right after.
All
before
right,
you play it, let me say this.
bro.
What this case actually shows too is that the use of the terminology American freedmen by the Office of Management and Budget would have been no problem at all. You know why? Because they actually undermine the Office of Management and Budget as being underqualified anthropologists, ethnologists, sociologists, etc.
That's right.
They actually call the Office of Management and Budget a bunch of bureaucrats who are not qualified
right.
to even speak on the subject. So had we pushed, now let me just say this. This is for my California family who had concerns about it, because I want to be clear here. If American freedmen goes through, it really doesn't mean anything, because the Supreme Court thinks that these people are nothing but a bunch of underqualified bureaucrats. So don't really mean shit, because it's just a name, right? I kept saying that before. The way that we're using American freedmen is just a name, no different than Chickasaw freedmen is really just their ethnic name. At the same time, the legislature and the judiciary acknowledges these people as not just a tribal people or a ethnic group, but they actually acknowledge them as a political class of people. And that's the key. One of the things they talk about in this particular case is they use the terminology that the freedmen are a class of people. So you got to realize, by them undermining the Office of Management and Budget and their authority in the way that they did, basically, whatever name you use, it doesn't even freaking matter. It doesn't even matter, because they're like, this stuff is not even scientific or anthropological in nature. They say that themselves. So who really cares what kind of name you're using? Right? That would be like if I used the name Freedman as my own personal name. Oh, you can't use that because that's your name. And then I'm like, yeah, but it's just a name. This is what I've been trying to say to people. So the fact that they undermine the authority and the legitimacy, not just the authority, but the legitimacy of the Office of Management and Budget and whatever it is that they've had issued by way of their directive. They're undermining. They're not the only ones. Basically, the American Anthropological Association had been undermined the Office of Management and Budget. These are the American Anthropological Association is an org of highly qualified anthropologists and sociologists particularly in the area of ethnology, etc., right? And they have a whole breakdown, which I cited from in my presentation to Office of Management and Budget. Unfortunately, I couldn't get the slideshow to work, but I break that down in the presentation. I actually cite them because one of the things that they said is that the Office of Management and Budget doesn't even really provide a definition for race or ethnicity. This is how bad that whole situation actually is, and people don't even realize how bad that is, how underqualified these particular people are. They are nothing but bureaucrats. The justice who said that was absolutely correct. They are nothing but bureaucrats. That's not an office of anthropologists and ethnologists. These are bureaucrats
and scientists.
Exactly, talking about collecting data based on race, and race is something that they never define. Ethnicity is something that they never define. They don't provide a definition for it. I provided a definition for it based on what the American Anthropological Association said about it. I actually used their definition in my presentation because the OMB doesn't have one. So they don't define it. On top of the fact, they issued the disclaimer that these things are not scientific or anthropological, and they should not be used as determinants for eligibility in any federal program, which reparations would be. So this is why we said, well, there's a distinction being made here between American freedmen and freedmen. When you look at what Clarence Thomas is talking about, if you look at all of the references, he's talking about freedmen. Notice he never said American freedmen. He said freedmen.
That's right.
And he said they said freedmen is a status, is a class of people. You see what I'm saying? It's a legal status. It's legal, it's political, it's social, it's actually all three. When you really break it down and really understand what happened, it's all three of those things combined into one. It's an actual fact. It's legal because of the 13th Amendment. It's political because of the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment, 1866, 1870, 71, all of these civil rights acts that were put in place to protect the political rights of the people, the civil rights of the people. It's political, it's legal, and it's social. So the point is, there is absolutely a difference between American freedmen being used as a name for a class of people versus the term freedmen.
My bad, Ali.
Versus the term freedmen being used as a status for this particular political class or legal class of people. So that's the thing. People didn't understand that, but I think it's been made clear by this case. I would hope that it's been made clear by this case. If not, then oh well.
Well, somebody doesn't get what you mean, so you got a little bit more breaking down to do, bro.
I don't get okay.
And that's why I get it. Caucasian/white doesn't fit its label either.
Well, here's the thing. Let me say this, because it's what they're talking about is something that I was thinking about earlier. You ain't supposed to get it. You're not supposed to get it, because the fact of the matter is all of that racial shit is nothing but pseudoscience. It's confused European psychological babble and pseudoscience. It doesn't mean anything. You ain't supposed to get it. It's supposed to confuse you. It's supposed to keep you in a state of delusion and confusion. That was the whole purpose of implementing that stuff in the first place, to keep you confused, to bottom cast you, right? And to use those particular badges as way to identify the people who are supposed to be bottom casted in the society. And it's nothing scientific about it other than the fact that they wanted to use it for the purposes of oppression. You ain't supposed to understand it because it's pseudoscience.
Facts. So, fam, let's play this video. Hold on. Let's play this video. Let's play this video because this was powerful. This was powerful coming from Claude Anderson.
So this morning, what we're going to talk about, I guess I can call it shampoo. Okay. Now, all of you know that when you're going to go down and clean your carpeting, You go down the store, you get the machine, and you go in and buy a little thing called shampoo to clean the carpet. And what shampoo does is really, it takes the sham out and leaves the poo in, okay? And that's what's been going on through history with black folk. They keep taking the sham out, you see, and leaving the poo in. So this morning, we're gonna do a little shampooing, okay? And we're gonna start off, and I'm gonna show you, take you right through history again, through a second segment of history, and we're gonna start dealing with some of the issues about reparation. And everything I tell you must be taken in that context if you really, truly are gonna understand the nature of reparations. That's the only way you're gonna do it. You must understand the nature of it. And what it's saying is this, what I'm saying to you, is that reparations is not a nicety. It's not something nice to have for black folk. It is now an absolute necessity. If you do not get reparations soon, black folk, as I told you before, are through. Reparation is not a nicety, it's a necessity. Now, I first wrote my book, Black Labor, White Wealth. That's what I was telling you then. That's been 7 years ago. When I wrote the first affirmative action plan in the United States in 1971 that Jeb Bush just killed in Florida, as you all been reading about in the paper. I wrote that plan in 1971 as reparations for black folk. And nobody was giving anything to black folk for reparations at that time, but it was killed off within 6 months. It was converted to things for minority, women, children, gay, handicapped, midgets, humpbacks, everybody else. Everybody but black folk. And it was diluted down and black folk got nothing out of it. So affirmative action was dead 6 months after I put it on the floor. But now they've been given the pretense that somehow they've had affirmative action all these years. And they haven't had anything for black folk. Black folk haven't gotten anything out of affirmative action. And so in a way, I'm glad that affirmative action is now dead. I want them to bury it, and throw flowers, commemorate, and let it go. And I want black folks to go to reparations. Because that's the only way. You got to have reparations. There's no other choice.
So the elder was clear. The elder was absolutely clear. He said it died. He helped write it. I didn't know that until I seen this video. And I'm going to look deeper into it. I haven't had a chance to yet. And he said it was dead 6 months. 6 months after he wrote it. 6 months. I'm just saying, family. Our position, and my position, and I started saying this from the oral arguments. And I kept being asked, what do I think about affirmative action? I said it doesn't benefit us anyway. It was designed to benefit us, but it doesn't benefit us. And being that it doesn't benefit us, then I don't see no need for its use. Why should it benefit everybody else except us? And I echo the sentiment and the words of the elder Dr. Claude Anderson. I'm glad it's dead. Now, let's move on to reparations, period. Brother Dre, you ready, bro?
Yeah. You can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's funny that you're having this conversation today. Is the reason why I even jumped on. I work around, I don't work with him, but I work around a Haitian guy today, right? And he came to me and he was like, man, you were right about Kamala and all these people, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just looking at him. So he goes, but when are they going to give us reparations, Dre? I said, Gene, weren't you born in Haiti? He was like, yeah. I said, you got your reparations. He was like, when? I said, when you and your family came to America. You got it. I said, y'all didn't go to France.
Hold on, Dre. To everybody, the link is pinned in the live chat. But I'm gonna drop the link in there again so everybody could jump on. But I should have just kept announcing that along the way. My bad. But the link is pinned in the live chat. I'm gonna put it back in there again. So, for everybody else to jump on and we could have this roundtable discussion. Yeah, my bad. Go ahead, Dre.
No, it's all good. Am I clear?
Yep.
All right, so he said to me, yeah, when we gonna talk? When they gonna talk about reparations for us? I said, you got yours already. I said, you were born in Haiti, and your family came to America. That's your reparations. I said, y'all didn't go to Paris, right? I said, I can't go to Haiti. I can't go to Paris and get reparations. I said, you got yours. The point I'm making is when you look at this whole affirmative action thing that just got overturned, it like we said it on your Twitter space, and like Ali and the brother Prime just reiterated. I also think Josh, like it enables us to have a line of demarcation for specific politics for us. And the key word is us, right? Not them, right? This is why what Teslin did on the Breakfast Club was so important. Because if anyone else was on that show outside of her, Ramaswamy would have pretended to be a black just like you politician. I'm just a Republican, but I'm black just like you. Or I come from super privilege and but I'm black like you. And I think you're not American enough, even though you were born in America and your family built this country, but I'm black just like you, right? And that's why it is important to have these hard conversations. I didn't sugarcoat anything with Gene today. I said, you got your reparations. You in America.
That's right.
Where you can kind of like carve yourself out from my people who parents is blood is in the soil and bones is in the dirt. And I said, I know you don't want to hear that. I said, but you're a Haitian guy that date Dominican women and want to be white. I said, I'm sorry, bro. You got your reparations. I said, but what about my people? What about my people who can trace their family to the slave trade over here? And from there, we have peonage. And from after that, we have sharecropping. From after that, we have Jim Crow. And from after that, I don't want to hear that. You talking about our reparations? No, you mean my reparations.
That's right.
That's the hard conversation you got to have, because that's what affirmative action did. And I'm surprised you didn't know that what you call wrote some of it. You know, one thing he talks about that he used to do is he was a budgeter for a lot of the
Claude Anderson.
Claude Anderson.
Yeah.
He was he used to do budgets for that in Florida and Virginia, right? So you know, because one thing Claude Anderson used to do in his defense, which was ahead of his time, I remember him coming to my mother's church when I was a kid. He used to go to churches and try to get people on that tip to understand the importance of not just group economics, but understanding your positionality in this country. Well, we're here now, right? And we understand that we're not the Cosbys, we're the Evans family, right? We one check away from being evicted, one check away from not having food on the table, right? And it's our reparations. And the one thing and another thing that this shows for all of us that's on the panel and for the people that's listening, right? For the most part, the people that's mad about it being overturned really don't understand the political sphere that we in any longer. And they really just don't know politics. They're still into the emotional side of politics instead of looking at this as saying, okay, chess move. How do we get specific policies for us specifically? And that's pretty much what I got to say right now.
Indeed. Josh, you had anything you wanted to share? That link is in the chat, y'all. Come on. Come talk to the fan.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to say was, you know, I was looking at something. It was like, you know, we don't see eye to eye necessarily with everybody, and maybe it's not even for reasons that were in our control. But it was one individual who was talking to. Man, I wish we could play that, but maybe we will another time. But that one with Denise Long talking to the Asian guy who was leading the organization that was bringing the case to the Supreme Court. You know what I'm talking about? The video I'm talking about? I put it in the chat yesterday.
The Asian bigot guys.
Yeah.
I don't mind playing the video on here. You know, we not on it like that. Everybody else is. But
and it just coincided with the tweet that I seen Ramaswamy, where he was going at Joy Reid, and it's like these same people who are talking about they don't want they they're supposed to be colorblind and it shouldn't be. We shouldn't have race as a means of evaluating where people what people should get and shouldn't get and all this kind of stuff. The main ones advocating for color blindness and getting rid of race, they don't know how to have any conversation other than race. Even when you press them, even when you
That's
preface the
right.
conversation that this is not a racial conversation, this is not about race, this is about lineage. They're gonna put you back in race no
That's
matter
right.
what.
And Josh, be the main ones complaining. Y'all are
They the
always
main
trying to
ones.
make this a racial issue. Y'all
No,
are
you
always
the ones making it racial. You the ones making it racial because you don't know how to have any other conversation but a race conversation.
That's right.
You just want to use it to your advantage as a victim. Because like you hear them talking about I'm Chinese or whatever the case may be. I'm Indian. They'll say stuff like that. Then they turn right around Asian. No, that's an aggregated category.
Right.
That's an aggregated racial classification. That's not specific. So why do you keep going back to that? Because that's the power. What it is people figured out the game. They figured out a game. They figured out a game either how to use the freedmen to get closer to get some type of advantage, or to use the freedmen as a means to get people to like them because they're beating down on the freedmen or they're beating back the freedmen, and they can ally in that crusade and they can get some type of benefit for proximity to whiteness. You know what I'm saying? So, man, I just think that's an interesting dynamic in this whole thing. And what we have to make sure that we do is we don't let them get away with, on one hand, saying, "Oh, you can't do this based on race. You can't do this based on race," and then on the other hand, only having a racial conversation and keep trying to put you back into a racial conversation. We're talking about American freedmen. Supreme Court talking about American freedmen, and you're sitting over here talking about, oh, well, you can't do this based on race. It's not based. We're not having a racial conversation because what happened was the Sister Denise Long, she was bringing up, look, we agree. You can't do stuff based on race. So what we're talking about is, look, all black folks shouldn't get reparations. All black folks shouldn't get access to, I don't know if she said specifically, but I'm saying affirmative action. It should be specific to those families who experience the harms in America, and the cumulative result of that is these extreme disparities across the board, including the wealth gap and even in education. And that we highlighted this in our letter to the Supreme Court. I think this probably did have some influence over somebody reading it, because nobody, I can promise you, nobody, and you can look through the amicuses, because you can go on the Supreme Court website and see all the amicuses submitted. Nobody submitted anything like we submitted. And nobody's briefs contributed to the ruling like our letter did. Nobody's amicuses or anything close to the majority stuff that's in the ruling like ours is, especially coming from Gorsuch and Thomas. So yeah, we got to stop letting them cry wolf about a race argument and then only know how to have a race argument from the victim perspective. Go ahead, back to you, brother Naheem.
Sister Kelly brings up an interesting point. That Asian hate crime bill needs to be challenged, in my opinion. And now we have the impetus to do so.
That's right. That's a racial bill.
That's
You know what I mean?
That's right. And it's on us now. It's on us. But I want to read that part from Neil Gorsuch about what you said about that guy's, what is his name? Kenny Zhu or something like that.
That sounds about right.
The Oriental guy. Guy. Because I call Chinese, Japanese, Koreans.
Hey, why not? We got people on our side calling our people Negroes. Might as well go ahead and take it back to the old school.
We might as well start calling white people Blancos, right? If we're going to use Negro, let's use Blanco as well. Let's use Blanco. But
okay. How about okay?
You sounded a little muffled. Prom, say it again.
Said, how about okay? Okay.
Your connection's bad. because it's staticky now. Something happened. It's like
Now
we hear
unplug your
static.
mic and plug it back in.
Yeah, but the point is, the point is with the Negro thing, the reason he said Blanco is because Negro is a Spanish or Portuguese word, and Blanco would be Blanco or Bronco would be the Spanish or Portuguese equivalent of white. So it's like if we just gonna be switching from English black over to Spanish, Portuguese, Negro, then we might as well do that with white too. Well, I
That's
mean,
right.
you know, why not?
And we might as well go back to calling Indian red people, and we might as well go back to calling the Orientals yellow people. But let me read from Gorsuch's opinion on this matter. He says these classifications, and he's talking about the racial classifications from statistical, what is it, SPD, what is it, Ali? Jeez, I forgot that fast. Anyway, y'all know what we talk about. Federal Directive 15. These classifications rest on incoherent stereotypes. That is key. And the reason why this is key, this is, to me, in my opinion, more than just obitum dictum. And I'm going to break that down in a few, is because he already framed the fact that the checkbox for any group of people that are classified by these racial classifications, as Ali mentioned earlier, was created by bureaucrats. It's created by bureaucrats. It's no science, no anthropology, no anything. It's political. It's, in fact, socio-political. So he says these classifications rest on incoherent stereotypes. Oh, I got to stop again right there. Look at the definition of black in Federal Directive 15. A person having origins in any of the black racial groups of Africa. I thought black was just one race. I thought white was one race. What is a black racial group in Africa? He meant it should have said ethnic groups in Africa, but it didn't say that. So when he says incoherent stereotypes, this is factual. This isn't just mere dictum. Oh, it says take the Asian category. It sweeps into one pile, East Asians, meaning Chinese. Matter of fact, I want the people to read along with me. Hold on. Let's let the people read along. Oh, we got Stu. Oh, Ali, we got Stu Peas in the building. This is gonna be fun.
That's what's up.
That's what's up. This is about to get interesting.
Respect,
Hold on,
my brothers. Respect.
Respect the Stu Peas. And let me just say this.
Ahead,
I don't want anyone to ever think that we are nativists, that we are xenophobic or any of that kind of stuff like that. What we are dealing with are the actual facts of history and law as it pertains to our particular families in this country in the specific plight that we were forced to go through, right? And so the fact that those things have never been addressed on our behalf, and that anytime someone attempted to address those things, they would take those types of approaches and turn them into All Lives Matter social programs, things for minorities and everybody else, to ensure that we don't benefit the way that we should. That's what this whole thing is about. Really, it's about us exercising our constitutional right to petition this government for the redress of our specific grievances. And that's all it is. People keep taking it and misconstruing it to mean that we're nativists and xenophobic and blah, 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 all of this kind of stuff, because they really don't want to see us get the justice that's actually deserved to our family. So shout out to Stu Peas, one of my good brothers, and y'all hear me talk about him all the time. My brother Chubb Rock is a Jamaican. That's my brother. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I got people in my family that are from other ethnic groups. That ain't what it is, man. It ain't about that shit. It's about the truth. And we got to be able to stand on it. Somebody has to be honest.
That's right. And well, Stu Peas know, because I done been on, y'all know I go up in the Lions Den all the time. I don't mind jumping on anybody platform. But let me read this, and then we'll get back into the discussion, because this was important. He says, take the Asian category. It sweeps into one pile East Asians, meaning Chinese, Korean, Japanese, and South Asians, meaning Indian, Pakistani, Bangladeshi, even though together they constitute about 60% of the world's population. This agglomeration of so many peoples paves over countless differences in language, culture, and historical experience. It does so, even though few would suggest that all such persons share similar backgrounds and similar ideas and experiences, right? He says, now this was good too. He said, consider as well the development of a separate category for Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander. It seems federal officials disaggregated these groups from the Asian category only in the 1990s and only in response to political lobbying. And he's citing Bernstein in the amicus that was submitted, obviously. Boy, that would have been dope if that would have said way amicus. But I'm just saying, because my name was on the piece we submitted to the Supreme Court. It got in a little too late, but we still believe, as Josh just said, that they gleaned from it very, very heavily. But anyway, even in that category contains its curiosities. It appears, for example, that Filipino American remains classified as Asian rather than other Pacific Islander. Like, he broke this thing down. He expertly breaks down the Hispanic. But being that we got Stu Pease on the stage, I'm going to get to the black part. Meanwhile, Black or African American covers everyone from a descendant of enslaved persons who grew up poor in the rural South to a first-generation child of wealthy Nigerian immigrants to a Black identifying applicant with multi-racial ancestry whose family lives in a typical American suburb. Now, this is so important in our understanding, especially when we're speaking about this aggregation. And this is what I was trying to tell Stu Pease and Garfield that day on their platform and on Smash Rockwell's platform the previous day, right? That what y'all think this is, and Ali just broke it down, is not. Now I'm gonna read this and we're gonna go to Stu Pease. So this is from the paper you hear us cite all the time. When diversity for diversity's sake is not enough, should Black immigrants receive the benefit of affirmative action at the detriment of Native Black Americans? It reads, the continued admission of large portions of Black immigrants relative to Native Blacks goes against an important diversity rationale in Grutter versus Bollinger. Now, those of you who are familiar with the case and heard us reading from the case from the live and in the Twitter space, you've heard us read that citation of Grutter and Bollinger, because Justice Thomas said that ruling was an error. He said it was an error. But look at how this opening line goes again. I want to read that. The continued admission of large portions of Black immigrants relative to Native Black goes against an important diversity rationale in Grutter versus Bollinger. Why is the author saying this? Because affirmative action was something that was intended for the American freedmen. Diversity is diversity. Again, and I'll pull up the Muhammad Ali video. He went into that restaurant and they because them Africans went in there, they served them Africans, and they told Muhammad Ali, we are not serving you because you're a Negro, which means what? They didn't see the Negroes from Africa as the same as the Negroes from America, making this a purely status issue. So it wasn't necessarily about race, because if that was the case, then Harvard and all of these other schools wouldn't have to admit any immigrants, right? Outside of the affirmative action thing. But let me read. A cornerstone of the diversity rationale in Grutter, which allowed the use of race-based preferences in higher education admissions policies, was to create an environment of diverse experiences that would help to dispel negative stereotypes held of certain minority groups, meaning us, that we were dumb, that we couldn't read, that we couldn't excel mentally and educationally because we were beasts. This is what they said about the freedmen. Let me continue. Black immigrants have now become an overrepresented group within Black populations at many colleges and universities, particularly at more selective institutions. That's why we don't buy that stuff Joyanne Reed just put out there. What's her real name? Jolyn something? You from Ghana. You're stunting, making it seem as if this thing affected you in some way.
Nah, I think it's Guyana and Congolese or something like that.
Okay. Same difference. This trend is significant because Black immigrants bring with them experiences and perspectives similar to those held by other immigrant groups as compared to Native Blacks. And more importantly, Black immigrants harbor views of Native Blacks that are similar to those held by the dominant American culture, including many of the negative stereotypes of Native Blacks and the Black subculture. This is just a fact. You grow up in New York City, and when you grow up in New York City, it becomes clear. I used to hear Sarnetta say it all the time, how he hated the Africans. He said the Africans used to act like they wasn't us. They weren't one of us. Sarnetta would put the camera on these dudes in the streets. And once we started doing our desegregation movement, Sarnetta tried to feign ignorant of all that. But let's go to Stu Pease, because Stu Pease is Jamaican. I've had several scuff-ups with the brother. That's why I'm shocked that he's on the platform. But go ahead, brother. Let us know what you think about the ruling and what we're speaking about here today.
Thanks for having me on the show. We never have a scuffle. We have an intellectual conversation.
I'll take that.
And if you walk away from an intellectual conversation with more knowledge, it is beneficial to both parties.
I'll take that.
So I don't consider what we have a scuffle.
Okay.
And today we are going to have another intellectual conversation.
No doubt.
A beautiful piece of legislation was passed due to a court case, Brown versus the Board of Education.
Mm-hmm.
In Brown versus the Board of Education, Black people in America were not afraid to identify themselves as Black. The word Black was used many times, and it shows the disparity in educational level to Black children in the South versus white children in the South. There's no problem. But what happened is that as Black people in America attained middle class, they did not like the word Black anymore. So now they call themselves African Americans, aka Jesse James, who who gave that name a big push. Now the mix-up occur with this is that I am of the stance the only people who can call themselves Black is people who came off the ships. Because prior to the ships, those people on the motherland wasn't identifying themselves as Black. They may have been called Black, but they had their separate identities. Now, when the African American lost his identity from the motherland and claimed a Blackness, and then discarded Black and now call himself African American, he opened the door to a different level of inclusivity. Many persons walked in and took advantage of it. Unfortunately, that is unfair. But when people open a door of inclusivity, people are going to walk in and take advantage of it. Now, the Chinese Americans, who for the sake of going to Harvard, because let's be real, a Harvard education is worth approximately $20 million. A child who got to Harvard in their lifetime will attain almost $20 million from that Harvard education. Most people who go to Harvard, when they come out from Harvard, they have high-paying jobs. 200,000-300,000 a year times 10 years, that's 12 million times 30 years, 9 to 15, 20 million. So now what's happening is that these Chinese Americans saying that the persons who are in these colleges who are African Americans are not deserving of the position. Because who is African American? Foundational Black Americans know that they're Black. Although your roots came from Africa, you became Black in America as a result of the transatlantic slave trade. The pressures that you went through is unique to you. I became Black in Jamaica because of the transatlantic slave trade. The pressure that I went through was unique to people who came off the ship. Lost to your name, lost to your culture, certain similarities. I have no problem in differentiating that you have Black people in Jamaica and you have Black people in America. The struggles and the benefits from the struggles for the Americans should be for the Black Americans. Now, migrants come up, and people have to believe that when Caribbean migrants come here, they come to suck off the teeth of the nation. And that is not true. Because in order for most people to migrate towards the United States, they must show something that the United States wanted. They came up and they must show something that the United States wanted. I have no problem with the FBA fighting, but the FBA don't.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me, because of course, I wanted you to. This is your first time on the platform, so I wanted you to, I wanted you to go with, but I want to be clear. We do not identify as FBA or foundational Black Americans over here. We are
a free man.
That's right.
American free man.
Yeah.
And a free man is a Black man who was a slave.
Yeah.
Am I wrong? Is that the definition of a free man?
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Is a free man a white man who was a slave?
No. But if there were white men who were slaves, they would have acquired that status name as well. If there were Chinese men who were slaves and were emancipated, they would be called Chinese.
They couldn't. I'm not telling you how to define yourself. They couldn't because they didn't come off the ships. Their roots didn't come off the ship.
Nope. That you don't understand the legal status of what freedman is. So let me look.
Define freeman for me.
All right, I got you. Wait, hold on. We got a definition for you, but I want to go to the Supreme Court case because this is key. Hold on 1 second. Hold on, because I want you to see what the justices said, because we're gonna start doing that from now.
Okay, let's see what the justices said, because I read it. I read it.
I got you. Give me 1 second. I'm scrolling up now because I want to read the opening of Justice Thomas's opinion in this case, because he lays the groundwork for everything that he's going to say in his opinion by acknowledging this critical element. And that
how much opinion Justice Thomas ever write?
I'm sorry, say it again.
How many opinions have Justice Thomas ever written?
I'm pretty certain he's written a lot. He's been on
the
long time.
Nope. He's been on it the longest.
I'm not arguing that right now. Let me read because I can pull it up, because I was just reading something last night that was citing one of Justice Thomas's opinion. But anyway, let me read this. It says, in the wake of the Civil War, this is Justice Thomas, his concurring opinion. He says, in the wake of the Civil War, the country focused its attention on restoring the Union and establishing the legal status of the newly freed slaves. Blackness is not a proxy for the term freedman. And he says that in his ruling, and I'm going to read that for you right now. Let me get to that So because I want you to be clear that it's not something that we're just saying. But although we've been saying it for the past 3 years, Justice Thomas agrees with our position. He says, importantly, however, the acts apply to freedmen and refugees, a formerly race-neutral category, not formally, F-R-M-A-L-L-Y, a formerly race-neutral category, not blacks writ large. And because not all blacks in the United States were former slaves, freedmen was a decidedly under-inclusive proxy for race, meaning that out the fact that we were classified as black people and racially was incidental to the fact that all of the people that were emancipated were given this new legal status of freedmen. If, again, there were Chinese Americans that were enslaved in this country and they had been freed, emancipated in 1865 by the 13th Amendment, they would have this day, or they would be this day, they would be called, Chinese freedmen American, or Chinese American freedmen. I'm getting jumbled up here. Now, a year after our emancipation, the United States had to negotiate with the 5 slaveholding tribes because they still held other portions of our ancestors, our cousins, in slavery. And they came up with the treaty in 1866. And in that treaty, in releasing those freedmen from bondage, they then received the status of freedmen. This is why they are called, till this day, Chickasaw freedmen, Choctaw freedmen, Cherokee freedmen, Seminole freedmen, Creek freedmen, etc., etc., etc. So freedmen is a status. It's race neutral. Immigrant is a status. He says that in here as well. He speaks to immigrant status. Immigrant is not confined to a Jamaican. It's not confined to a Mexican. It's not confined to someone from the Congo. It's not confined to someone from Russia or Ukraine. It is just a race neutral status. So I want to put that in your mind moving forward so that we're not, bumping heads on an issue that's already established.
Yeah, you mind if I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I did get cut off at part of the way while you were speaking. And I don't know exactly everything Naheem addressed, but what I will say is this. I have to go back to my original point, which is that the root of this particular policy concept of affirmative action is rooted in the Reconstruction period, going back to the recommendations and reports that came out of the American Freedmen's Inquiry Commission. These recommendations and reports led to the establishment of the Freedmen's Bureau, which was technically called the Bureau of Refugees, Freedmen, and Abandoned Lands in 1865, by way of an act of legislation of Congress. Also, the legislation that chartered and established the Freedmen's Bank. And so what we're talking about in essence is the fact that by way of the 13th Amendment, Section 2, the United States Congress and the executive of the United States has the power to eradicate what are known as the badges and incidents of slavery. These are the things that are the outgrowths of slavery that our families, our particular families, those of us who are up from Negro chattel slavery in the United States, were forced to endure for several generations, right? There's a whole timeline of events that occurred, of things that our families had to go through that were never remedied. And so the affirmative action that was put in place with this particular information and knowledge of history in mind, and it was supposed to be on behalf of these specific families. It was never supposed to be a social program for all people in the United States. We just have to be honest about this. It's really not about blackness. And I heard a lot of what you were saying about people identifying as black. A lot of it I agree with. The people that came from Africa, people heard us saying this stuff. The people that came from Africa weren't black people. They were Yoruba. right? They were Hausa, they were Fulani, they were Mandinka, they were Igbo, they were all of these different things, but they were not black. They were stripped of those names, and those names were replaced with black, Negro, colored, things of that nature. But the fact of the matter is, ultimately, those names also had consequence. Those particular slave brands had consequences that came with them that affected specific people in this country, and the things that affected them and that caused problems and the damages and the injuries that we as a particular ethnic group of people sustain has to be remedied. Now the issue is, they're saying that the Constitution itself is a colorblind instrument, which in fact it actually is. You won't find the word white or black anywhere in the Constitution. We know this is a fact because if you keyword search, you won't find it. Also, during the Continental Congress, there were debates over whether or not the word white should be included. The debate was lost on the side of the southern states who wanted that word to be put in there, right, in the preamble. They also wanted it to be in the Declaration of Independence. They wanted it to be in the Declaration of Independence, that it was specific to white people. That debate was had, and the people who were advocating for white lost that debate. So the fact of the matter is, the country, these particular documents that are enshrined with all of these principles of liberty for all men were supposed to be colorblind. The country was supposed to be leaning towards justice, not towards injustice, right? The injustice is stripping somebody of their name and replacing their names and calling them out of their names specifically for the purpose of identifying them to be those people to be bottom casted or oppressed. So we don't necessarily cling to those names, even though many of our family members do. We understand that many of our people cling to the name Negro or black or whatever the case is. But that here is not the issue. And that's the point that the court is making, is that that's not the issue. That's really incidental to what it is that we need to do as a country in terms of remedying the problems or the consequences of blackness. We don't need to make black laws. The last time we had black laws or Negro laws or the Code Noir, these things were not working in our favor. So we don't need that kind of stuff. What we need is justice, because we are men. We are men, we are women, we are members of the human family. And these people need to acknowledge that and not call us names like Negro, which is a designation for a beast. A Negro was a beast of burden. He was a beast in the field that man had dominion over. That's not what we're dealing with. We're dealing with the fact that we are freed men and women, members of the human family, citizens and nationals of the United States, and you deal with us as such. And the remedies that we're seeking are remedies to deal with the problems that were caused by race. We don't need race. Race is pseudology. It's European pseudology, socially constructed pseudology that had all kinds of negative consequences for our families. So that's not what it's about. It's not about the race. It's about remedying the problems that race caused for our families. Blackness has nothing to do with it other than the fact that it's incidental, and Europeans keep making it an issue.
Can I disagree with you? And this is how I'm going to disagree with you. No disrespect on anything. I just disagree with you. Two fundamental points you made. You stress blackness as being incidental, and blackness was never incidental. It was the root cause of the situation that we found, that we in Jamaica found ourselves in. And you, no, let me finish. No, let me finish. He stressed blackness, right? The second number thing he said that as freedmen, we are equal to every other man in so many ways. I'm paraphrasing, right? But if equality is what it is, every man is a man, but some men have advantage over other men. And you're saying that freeman is equal. So therefore, why would you need affirmative action? You said you need affirmative action to restore, but what are you restoring if you are equal?
All right, let me hop in on that. Go ahead. So when he's saying we're equal, we're talking about we're American citizens. So we should have the same type of privileges and immunities as every other citizen. That's what we're talking about. We're not saying that the results of the past atrocities, discrimination, etc., has created equality in terms of what we can measure. But we're saying the opposite. We're saying that has created extreme disparity to which we need remedy to close all disparities. And the fact that those disparities exist, those are badges and incidents of slavery, which Congress has the power to remedy via Section 2 of the 13th Amendment. That's what we're saying.
So are you saying that freedmen are at a disadvantage?
Yeah, we can measure that. We can measure that. That's what we're saying.
No, I have no problem with that. I have no problem with that.
And let me just put real quick before you go.
Yeah.
When we said that race was incidental, this is regardless if we accept black as the racial identifier or not. We're saying that relative to the term freedman, because there's a context to this conversation, and that context is centered around what we are breaking down with this ruling that came out on affirmative action. So everything that we're saying is based on that. It's not just, we're not just having one of them conversations like how we have on Smash or Sonnet or Garfield channel. This is specific. So I don't want that to be lost in the conversation. So I want to read what Justice Thomas said in this opinion. He said the government can plainly remedy a race-based injury that it has inflicted, though such remedies must be meant to further a colorblind government, not perpetuate racial consciousness. So you see, everything we're speaking about is
context.
You got to contextualize it, or else we're going to be having a debate about.
Now, Pete. Let me say this, Stu. Let me just say this to add more context. So he said they can remedy race-based issues that it caused. How did it cause race? How did it cause issues for our families that were race-based? Well, you go back to the Cornerstone document. The Declaration of Independence has enshrined in it these principles of liberty for all men. Remember, I said there was a debate in the Continental Congress where certain states wanted to have the word white in it, where it says all men are created equal. They really wanted it to say that all white men were created equal. But because of people like Prince Whipple, because of people like Crispus Attucks, because of people like Prince Hall, they decided that wouldn't be proper, because these people were members of the society and they were treated as such and they considered themselves to be. So they didn't do that. They left white out of it. Nevertheless, all of those principles of liberty that all men were endowed with by their creator, these certain unalienable rights for which government was instituted to protect, they did not do that for a specific class of citizens in its society. And I said citizens, regardless of the fact whether they were slaves. They were citizens because citizenship was hinged upon allegiance, political allegiance. These people in this country who they enslaved had no political allegiance to any other nation other than this one. Even Justice Taney in the Dred Scott case acknowledged that. He had to acknowledge that. The same principle that gave white people citizenship gave these people citizenship. But the fact of the matter is they enslaved and oppressed these people. And in spite of what they enshrined in the Declaration of Independence, in spite of what was also reiterated in the preamble of the Constitution, they did not keep these people's rights protected the way they were supposed to be. It says to ensure the domestic tranquility. This is what it says, to provide for the general welfare. This is what it says. So for we the people. Justice Curtis in the Dred Scott case says that these people were part of the people, but they had their rights stripped. So that's what we're talking about. We're being very specific to us, bro. Like it really has nothing to do with the black race. This is what we're saying. We're talking about our families.
Okay, let's be very specific then. Let's be very specific because when we look at it and when we look at the bigger picture, and we read them, we hold these things to be true. Or whatever, all men are created equal. Nice, pretty words written in the American Constitution. Yet, in the Constitutional Congress of 1787, was it 1787? I'm old, so right? It was determined that only 3 out of every 5 Negroes could be counted as a man. Yet still, we were just told that because of Christmas Adams and these many great men who sacrificed for the formation of the United States, the founders did not think that way. Yet the founders agree that 3 out of every 5, that's where the 3/5 rule come from, the Constitutional Congress of 1787 or 1785. Right. So therefore, from there,
hold on,
no,
brother.
no, no. Let me finish, please.
Well, I will let you. I will let you finish. I just have to step in to correct you. What did not? They didn't say that 3 out of every 5 people will count as a man. That was for the purposes of apportionment for representation. It wasn't like this just to say that you were, So it was more
No.
because if the slave owner population. Oh no, I will. I just have to correct this one point, and I'm gonna let you finish. If the slaveholding population had their way, they would have counted 5/5 of a person. So it's not, because they wanted more representation. So that's just gotta give that for your
let me finish. Whether we want to believe it or not, the most important thing any man have in a democracy, the most important thing that any man, the most powerful thing, even more powerful than a shotgun, that any man have in a democracy. You know what that is? That is his ability to vote. Now, if you are telling me that 5 out of 5 people of a certain racial background can vote, yet only 3 out of 5 of another racial background should be given the ability, not a right now, because if you're going to decide how many people can vote, that is an ability that you were given. A right determine that everybody have the same right.
No.
All right.
Sorry, brother. I gotta cut you off.
All right, correct me.
I got it. Yeah, we have to correct you because you are way off, brother. And this is what we do here at.
Okay, no problem. Correct me.
When it comes to this, this political stuff and how we do it, there's nobody colder than this team.
All right.
First and foremost, the 3/5, what's currently called or known as the 3/5 compromise, did not count 3 out of 5 persons as one human. That's false, right? Secondly, the 3/5 compromise did just that. It counted 3/5 of the slave population in the South. It enumerated them so that for the purposes, as Josh said, of representation. But this only happened in the South. This had nothing to do with the right of suffrage because these slaves who were being counted these slaves couldn't vote, regardless of the fact that they were being enumerated. They did not have the franchise in the South because of the states, right? In the North, however, when this country began, our people who were free in those states, in at least 5 of those states, did have the right to vote. And they did vote in representatives. And those representatives signed the Articles of Confederation, which became the Constitution, or the Constitution of the United States of America became a revised version of those articles. So, like, we got to get the history right. And a lot of what we has come from a lot of Afrocentric scholarship that was not clear on American history. And this is why as Ali was speaking, I pulled up the preamble to the United States, right? It says, we, the people of the United States. Now, who were we the people? Because if
It didn't say we the white people.
That's right.
Doesn't say we the white people. It very well could have, but it doesn't.
Have. Now, if we voted in 5 northern states, and I'll pull that source up in a few minutes, and we did, then we, as Justice Curtis and Justice McLean, the 2 dissenters in the Dred Scott decision at the Supreme Court, well, they laid it out. They laid it out clearly that we were in part a part of we the people. Oh, what we used to say, Ali, in the old school of thought, part and part. We are part and partial of this said government.
That's a fact. That was a fact.
That's right.
That was a fact.
That's right. It says, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice. Now you got to think. When we tried to establish our own cities, when we ran governments, like in Yazoo, Louisiana, is that Louisiana or Mississippi? I think Louisiana, like Wilmington, North Carolina, they were raised and burned to the ground by mobs of white men, Europeans, European Americans, Anglo-Saxons that felt that the Negro should only be beasts. To establish justice, none of the people that murdered and massacred the people in Yazoo were ever prosecuted. And we got that well up until today. The Rodney King beating being some of our latest versions. Trayvon Martin being killed by George Zimmerman. So justice wasn't there for us. It said to ensure domestic tranquility. These people did not ensure our domestic tranquility. They waged chemical warfare on us, and they put crack in our neighborhoods and heroin. We didn't have the ability to go get that stuff, so they disrupted our domestic tranquility. It says to provide for the common defense after our people were freed from the institution of slavery. Hold on, let me break this down. After our people were freed from the institution of slavery in 1877, a compromise was reached between 2 presidential candidates, Tilden and Hayes. And one said, I'll let you take the presidency if you remove the troops from out of the South. So they removed the troops from out of the South. And then the next year, they created Posse Comitatus. And we became absolutely brutalized by domestic terrorists in white hoods, the Ku Klux Klan. And most of the time, they didn't even have to wear hoods. It said to promote the general welfare. Let's look at that term welfare for a minute, because the whites in this country benefited from the New Deal, so much so that they were able to build themselves into a whole middle class. The government put them on their feet. When they excluded us from this program, from this safety net for 30 years. And when they finally gave it to us, they gave us crumbs. It says to secure the blessings of liberty, the blessings of liberty. Our men, black men, American freedmen, are the most incarcerated out of all. And not only that, we have the highest rate of false convictions in this country. So that we didn't even receive the blessing of liberty to ourselves or our posterity. I've been locked up for something I ain't do before. My pops did 3 years. My pops did. You see what I'm saying? So this is why we're fighting. This is why this issue of Americanism, of Americana, is unique to us. Now, I know you wanted to come in and have the conversation, but this is not that type of conversation.
I understand. No, I understand what you're saying, and I will agree with you on many points, especially of the struggles that the American freedman face. But again, back to my point. When the writers of the Constitution was forming the Constitution, as much as we love to believe that when they said all men are created equal, at that time, 60% of white men had the vote. Black men did not have the vote. We know when the first black man was said to have voted, right? the black people were not given that right to vote until long way after all of those writers and formers of the Constitution, who you said were such noblemen, who understand the struggles of Christmas Adams, who saw people as people, hence they did not put white men. They did not
hold on. Christmas addicts, bro. I don't,
Christmas Adams. Yeah, Christmas Adams.
Christmas.
The first man sorry for my mispronunciation.
Okay,
I know he's the first man who died during the American Civil War was a black man. I know the history.
But that's
American Revolution.
The American Revolution sorry. The American Revolution. I would never disrespect the sacrifice.
No.
There's no greater sacrifice than a man who is willing to give his life for his brother. And he proved that. My apologies for mispronouncing the name.
Oh man, it's cool. I just wanted to help you out.
So don't feel that I don't know what his struggle was, and don't feel that I don't appreciate it. Right? I don't appreciate what it is and what he did. Right? He didn't have much to lose except his life, and he gave that willingly. Right? He was willing to stand up. It's not like he was a major landowner. But let's go back to what? So black people, although they may not have put the word white in the Constitution, the system was already in place to neglect the black vote, because we know who was the first black man who voted. We can find his name if we choose to look for it. Just go on the internet and type it, the first black person to vote, and you will see this man come up. I think he died in 1900, 1904, 1905. Right? So
that's not true, but go ahead.
It's not true.
It's not true. Who was the first black person to vote?
It's hard to listen. It's hard to say, because the reason that we're saying that, right? The reason you say it's hard to say is because there is documentation of so-called black people who had the rights of suffrage long before the Constitution was even ratified and adopted. These are people who took part in that particular process. This is documented history, not just as history, but in the annals of the judiciary.
Show me that black person.
Let me help you.
Show me that black person in 1776.
We're gonna
show me that black person in 1780.
Hold on, Snoopy. We're gonna help you. So this is the descent of Justice Curtis. And I'm gonna pull this up, and then I'm gonna pull up another source. But this was one of two dissenters in the Dred Scott decision. The other one's name was Justice McLean. So I'm gonna go to this section right here. It says, it says it has been often asserted that. Hold on. Am I at the right place? Okay, yeah, my bad. It has been often asserted that the Constitution was made exclusively by and for the white race. It has already been shown that in 5 of the 13 original states, colored persons then possessed the elective franchise and were among those by whom the Constitution was ordained and established. If so, it is not true, in point of fact, that the Constitution was made exclusively by the white race, and that it was made exclusively for the white race is, in my opinion, not only an assumption not warranted by anything in the Constitution, as Ali just said not too long ago, but contradicted by its opening declaration that it was ordained and established by the people of the United States for themselves and their posterity, and as free colored persons were then citizens of at least 5 states. And so in every sense, part of the people of the United States, they were among those for whom and whose posterity the Constitution was ordained and established. So no, we're not going to find 5 people, the first person, but what we're going to find is that there was, in fact, a group of our people in several states that did vote. So what was he referencing? He was referencing this part right here. It says, did the Constitution of the United States deprive them or their descendants of citizenship? The Constitution was ordained and established by the people of the United States through the action in each state of those persons who were qualified by its laws to act thereon, in behalf of themselves and all other citizens of that state. In some of the states, as we have seen, colored persons were among those qualified by law to act on this subject. These colored persons were not only included in the body of, quote, the people of the United States, by whom the Constitution was ordained and established, but in at least 5 of the states, they had the power to act, and doubtless did act by their suffrages, that means voting, upon the question of its adoption. It would be strange if we were to find in that instrument, meaning the Constitution, anything which deprived of their citizenship any part of the people of the United States who were among those by whom it was established. I can find nothing in the Constitution which proprio vigore, which means by its own force, deprives of their citizenship of any class of persons who were citizens of the United States at the time of its adoption. I could stop right there.
But let me add this before Stu Pease goes. Not only were there people voting as early as the time period of the Articles of Confederation, but even going back further into the colonial period, you'll find a man named by the name of Matthias de Sousa. This was a man that they called the first Black Marylander. You can look him up, Matthias de Sousa. And this man, we're not even talking about voting, but this man actually held office in the colony of Maryland. This is before it became even a state. So these people, this is why it was a problem to put we the white people, because these people were members, political members of these particular bodies. Matthias de Sousa actually held office in the colony of Maryland. He's considered the first Black Marylander. You can look him up, the first Black Marylander, a man named Matthias de Sousa. And he held office, not just vote, but held office. So this is what I'm saying. The idea that we were not a part of the making of this thing is insane. And it's a false teaching that people want us to believe, because they're always trying to otherize us. Everybody feels like the thing to do to Black Americans is to otherize them in their own country. You're not really a part of this thing, but this is just not true. The history is going to show, particularly as long as we have access to it and have the ability to propagate it, we're going to tell the people the truth. No, we are very much, quote unquote, foundational to this body politic called the United States in many ways, not just by slave labor.
I understand what you're saying, and I cannot disagree with it. But I am at a loss, because we're reading the dissent of a case that was ruled on 7-2 at the time, 7-4-2 against. The dissent said, we know that in 5 states that people participated in the process of voting. This is what that dissent said. Right? He lists 5 states. But yet still the annals of history does not really speak much of those. You mentioned the name De Sousa, but you didn't tell me the year. What year that was? Was it?
It was in the 1630s. The 1630s. I'm in my car driving, so I can't really.
And you're telling me the 1630s, De Sousa. Now the beautiful thing about the name De Sousa, it's similar to a name of a Jamaican Jew who went and helped with the formation of Waco. He was also half Black, half Jewish, because De Sousa is a Portuguese Jewish name. But let's not go down that road. Careful who hold up and not know the history. De Souza
Yeah,
is a
but
Portuguese.
that's irrelevant. That doesn't have
No. It is very relevant.
stupid.
But I already know that the man was half African and half Portuguese. He's somebody that would more than likely have been considered a quote unquote Moor.
A Jew. He was a Jew. He was a Portuguese Jew.
Whatever. I don't know his religion. I don't know his religion. Listen, I don't know his religion.
He was a
All
De Souza.
all I'm saying,
in the 1600s.
listen, I get all of that, but I'm just saying I don't know his religion. I wasn't talking about whether or not he was religiously a Jew or whether he was Islamic. I don't know. But what I'm saying is the man is someone that would have been considered a Moor because of the Moorish interaction between Africans and Portuguese. That's all I'm saying.
Which means he would have been considered a black man in America.
He would be considered a black man in America.
That's right.
1600?
1630 something. Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
A black man. That's right. Black man.
And next day we walk down that road. But that is the source of the Jew is unimportant to this thing now.
Yeah,
right?
that's a sidebar.
Right, that's a sidebar.
We're gonna start moving on. We're gonna get back.
Yeah, we'll move on. We're getting back. No, my problem is this, right? Hello?
Yeah, you here? Yo. I don't know what happened to him. Can y'all hear me, Ali, Josh?
Yeah, nevertheless, the point, because I don't want to get the point to get lost in the rhetoric, right? Because the truth of the matter is when you're talking about voting, you're talking about civic engagement, you're talking about exercising the civil and political rights of the people. And so this is exactly what happened with Matthias de Souza. This man is just not just a voting individual, but someone who actually held office, okay, in the colonial period, thereby giving credence to the idea that no, we don't want to put in the Declaration of Independence that we, the white people, are created equal and da, because we had people like Matthias de Souza, because we had people like Crispus Attucks and Prince Whipple and others. There's a whole video that a conservative white dude made about the so-called black founding fathers.
Roy Beck.
Not Roy Beck.
Not Roy Beck.
Listen. I wouldn't be quick.
Is Beck, though, right?
I wouldn't be quick to own slave owning the Sousas. I wouldn't be quick to own slave owning the Sousas.
That's beside the point, bro. Bro, listen. Don't lose the point. Don't lose the point, right? Because
we're not doing that here.
Because what you're doing is making straw man. We don't.
I'm not making straw man argument. The Souza is a Jew.
Yes,
listen,
he's a Portuguese Jew.
Again, the man is documented. The man is documented. Listen. I gotta mute you. The man is documented in history as the first black Marylander. He was known to be half African and half Portuguese. But because he possessed the so-called African taint, right? Meaning he had African blood, or was half African. And if you look at the images of him, very much phenotypically, the images that they carved out of him, because there's no photos, but the images that were carved out of the man, phenotypically very much African in phenotype, right? The bottom line is he's documented as the first black Marylander, and as the first black Marylander in the 1630s, actually held office in the colony of Maryland. This is before it even became a state. So the point in the reason that I'm raising this is because when I said the actual Declaration of Independence says that all men were created free and equal and were endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights for which government was instituted to protect, that included people like Matthias de Souza, or like Prince Hall, or like Prince Whipple, or like Crispus Attucks. I'm just using those because those are some of the names I remember off the top of people who were here at the origin, at the foundation of this thing called the United States. That's what I'm saying. It's a reason why they decided not to put all white men were created equal, because they had other people in the colonies that they considered to be true members of the colonies, just like they were, and did not want to do that, regardless of the fact that you had certain people who were slave owners.
All right, Stu Pease, we're gonna let you respond, and then we're gonna move on, brother.
I'm moving on. I'll never challenge another black man on the suit. The Sousa is a black man. So regardless of his Portuguese heritage. No, my thing, I'm going to go back to affirmative action. Affirmative action came about when John F. Kennedy signed that presidential order to say, listen, we need to be fair in employment. We need to employ people regardless of their race, the age. Right? They should be free to get government jobs. Kennedy signed that in 61, I think. A more complex and more pointed version came in the civil rights law of 63, 64, where it was more specific. But at no time did it specify black people. It specified fairness. Right? No, the justices decide that, listen, this fairness, Clarence Thomas, in his dissent, this fairness should not be decided on race. That we are a fair enough country, but what needs to happen is that certain things must put in place to right the wrongs that were done in the past that make some people handicapped in the system. But the system is fair. If you read Clarence Thomas' opinion, that is basically what it says. That the system is fair and this is not a part of the Constitution to have people benefit based on race. Because even the universities who decided to put aside, let's go back to the medical school, who said, all right, we are going to put aside 15 positions out of every 100 for black people. It wasn't a legislative, it was the university who decided on the number. So the act itself was about fairness, but the act was not specific. It was never specific. So losing that act that is not specific, no, my thing is this is what I want to come on and say before I went all around the Marlboro bush, is that losing this affirmative action now give people, the freedmen, the opportunity now to present legislation which will be more specific.
Ding, 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 dings. Now you win the prize. You win the prize because you were saying what we were saying.
That is what I am saying. That the Civil Rights Act was garbage from day one. If you read it, because it wasn't about people who was deprived. It was about fairness for everybody, not any one specific person. So you losing it is no loss. But losing the spots in the university.
You went through all of that just to come back and say what say that. I
never hear say that. I never hear. But well, you and I agree. That losing, because it was never about any one specific group of people. It was only about fairness.
No doubt.
But freedmen need to come now together. I said we need to present a law that specifically deal with those people and their descendants who were made free at the end of the American Civil War. No, the majority, 99.99999% of who were what we would consider black. That's my argument. So when I hear people talking about us, what did you actually lose? It was not specific to you. The universities and the schools decided to make it specific. They did it out of the kindness of their own art. There was no legislation that determined that schools should do this, that universities should do this. Harvard decided to do it, and other schools decided to do it. And they based it on a point system that, listen, you get in the school based on points, and based on your race, we're going to give you 20 extra points. It is what it is.
All right. Stu Pease, we moving on, bro. We moving on. Thank you for coming through.
Yeah, thank you.
We gotta get.
And I'm jumping off, and thank you very much for having me. And
Yeah,
I'm
thank
not
you, bro.
disrespecting the brother, and I
Thank you.
learned much. And thank you for the D'Souza. But I do
Respect.
not agree with Clarence Thomas. His argument is weak. If you look at it,
Okay.
it's
You
weak.
should
It's
have
weak.
you should have been
I,
arguing
I,
that instead of D'Souza.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right,
But
come
his
on,
argument
man.
is weak.
yeah,
All
respect,
right, come
respect.
on, man. All right, peace, Stu Peas. All right, so we got brother Black Contraband in the before Black Contraband goes. Me and Stu Peas, we be on I go on Garfield channel sometime. The last intellectual discourse we had, not a debate, scuffle, was on Smash Rockwell channel. I had to school my brother up a couple times, man. Y'all know I'm an equal opportunity smoke giver. It don't matter what kind of can, because anybody can get it. Africans, Jamaicans, Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, you can get it. African Americans, everybody can get it. So shout out to Stu Peace for coming through, though, man. Garfield, bring your punk ass on here one of these days and stop playing. I know you listening. Go ahead.
Now, I was saying, shout out to Stu Peas for coming through. I appreciate it.
That's
You
right.
know,
That's
I think that if we was to have conversations with people where it doesn't get ridiculous, right?
Mm-hmm.
That we could actually make certain points that people could actually understand. Like it, you know, because what we're saying is not crazy. They just for many years, right? You go on a platform like Sarnetta, it's hard to get certain points across because a lot of the people are crazed over there. I'm just gonna call it like I see it. They're crazed and they're very, very emotional and they're not really, a lot of them are actually anti-intellectual, right? So you gotta be able to have a platform where you can truly discuss things and talk about the nuances of things so that you can really make the points and people can understand what it is you're saying.
That's right. That's right. Go ahead, Black Contraband, and then we're gonna try Prime again.
All right, peace to the fam. Y'all can hear me?
Peace.
Yes,
Definitely.
sir. Yes, indeed.
Okay. So I wanted to really pick y'all minds on what we thinking about Greg Carr's recent Twitter posts. And I think, when we talking about eligibility, I think, from the American freedmen standpoint, we got the scholarship as well as the facts and recent events to prove everything that we saying to support the lineage standard, which is really in support of the American freedmen political status, and that if we support that, it's race neutral. It isn't race based. Folks may try to poke at the lineage claim or X, Y, and Z, but really that status is, I say 100% on point, like y'all have been pointing out. But if we looking at what Greg Carr recently said, he now, instead of saying like lineage would be looked at as a proxy for race, I think he's still continuing on that path. But what he now is trying to do is say that lineage will serve as a proxy for race in that it would be looked at from an ancestry point if we added race into the topic. So like, for example, right now in California, the eligibility criteria is you are a descendant of a person who was enslaved or free prior to the 1900s. In that eligibility, there is no consideration of race or self-identification in that, if a white person was to say, I do have this ancestry, there wouldn't be anything to stop them from receiving reparations. And so while I think, Greg Carr is clearly trying to just, he has his last stance against lineage-based reparations, I do want to see where you guys stand. And I got like a few different clips, tied to the affirmative action cases, as well as, Justice Kavanaugh's comments, as well as, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Mandy Calling's brother who pretended to be black, where he self-reported. And so I want to try to build with you guys off of this topic, just because I like how y'all break it down. And I do like the scholarship that comes with it, because it just helps me fortify my positions. And so I guess starting back from where I started at, if we could play Greg Carr's clip for the audience, and then from there I kind of try to set up what I'm asking you guys so that we can kind of break this down, either for those who need the education or for those myself who just need that extra fortitude to say we are secure here, if we could do that tonight.
I got you. I'm trying to
Yeah.
find. But go ahead, Ali.
No, I was just saying, I want to hear the clip, see what he said, because
Okay.
I don't really pay attention to Greg Carr because he's really irrelevant, right? He's just arguing for the sake of arguing for the really is, it's like you say, he's grasping at straws because they see this Pan-African thing as losing the grip on the reparations movement, if you will. They know that it's losing its grip, and he doesn't want to see that because his thing is race-based. He thinks in some kind of way the United States is going to concede on this point of doing some kind of reparations for the black race, and it's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen. The Supreme Court just, is already leaning towards what it is that we've said. Like for me, it was confirmation of all of the stuff that we have been saying.
I won't say it's leaning towards it. I say it fell into what we
absolutely
it crashed into it. Like, like a drunken man. Oh, excuse me. Excuse
Word.
Yeah, no, I think it's a verbatim for sure.
So
absolutely.
let's play this clip. Y'all are gonna hear Carr's babble. This dude is so disingenuous. And you peep that. Let me say this before I play the clip, because I used to be in the space with the soft, moist Democrat dudes. There's one of the guys' name is Just Call Me D. This bubble blowing. Anyway, Steven and the rest of these guys. And one of the things that I found is that they are just like the Republicans in their arguments. They twist up the truth. They will twist it up to fit their narrative. And I would explain that to them like, shame on y'all, because y'all try to take this moral high ground as if y'all are any different than the Republicans and how y'all frame y'all's arguments. No, you're not. You just make up a bunch of shit. And that's what Greg Carr is so disingenuous. And I called him out for the smoke, for the debate. Sister Roz been trying to set it up. He was tweeting at Roz for a week straight. But as soon as I put that debate out there, and Sister Roz was like, debate my brother Naheem, what's going on? This dude went silent. He said, I don't do WWE. He finally responded to me after about a week and was like, I think he said WWE style something. I was like, this is corny, man. And it shows. These guys, they hear us, right? They can hear me. They like, yeah, it sound like a street cat. It sound like he's from the projects of New York City. Exactly right. But I will cook your college professors on any of these topics. And that's what they fear, I believe. I believe that they fear getting embarrassed by people that are autodidacts, who are self-taught. They fear that. So let's play this clip so we can hear how disingenuous Greg Carr is.
See, this is the trick. And this is where, unfortunately, all my friends who are really falling in love with this idea that somehow they're going to trick 250 years of U.S. constitutional law by saying lineage instead of race, and ain't nobody going to see what they doing. By saying lineage instead of saying 250 years of really falling in love with this idea that somehow they're going to trick 250 years of U.S. constitutional law by saying lineage instead of race, and ain't nobody going to see what they doing.
We still there, fam?
Yeah, I'm here. I don't know what happened. I thought maybe it was me. I'm like,
can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
no, we can hear you
just
first.
Sitting here talking, and I don't
the
know
video.
how I got muted.
I didn't hear the whole video, bro. Like, if you could run it from the beginning.
All right, so hold on. Jeez, what just happened? Let me know if y'all can hear it. Just when I start playing, if y'all can hear it, just say we can hear it.
See, this is the trick, and this is where, unfortunately, all my friends who are really falling in love with this idea that somehow they're going to trick 250 years of U.S. constitutional law by saying lineage instead of race. And ain't
All right, let's stop right there. He spoke about, I'm guessing he means the Supreme Court is going to trick 250 years of constitutional law by saying lineage instead of race.
No, he's talking about the reparationists.
Now,
He's saying,
okay, so if he's talking about us, well, we're not necessarily talking about lineage over here. We're talking about our ancestors, and we are talking about our families. That's what we're talking about, right? So what Carr wants to do is say that lineage is a proxy for race, and that's a fact. And Ali didn't just say this on a live stream 2 weeks ago. Ali actually been saying this since last year. That's why I'm careful when I use that word lineage. I'm very, very careful. So we're not tricking 250 years of constitutional law, Greg Carr, if you're listening in. Our position is clear, and it lines up with the ruling in the Supreme Court. And it lines up with the definition of what a freedman is. And what freedman is. Freedman is a legal status. So when you hear us saying it is a political status or it is a constitutional status, well, the justices use a more legal term, like legal, right? They called it a legal status. So that's what we're speaking about. Carr is a snake that thinks that he's slick with his words and that we can't catch what he's saying. So
for sure. So
that's right.
You continue.
Go ahead.
We all on the same page that when we have been saying lineage, we've been referring to the freedman status that specifically a certain lineage has, where we are all the descendants of those who were formerly enslaved and emancipated. But we're not saying this is on the grounds of ancestry, just the status of those who had that political protection after emancipation, right?
Right. We're talking about the particular families and those family lines that trace back.
Okay.
Let me say this. I it's hard for me to believe that Carr is, I have a respect for people that go through the process of, committing their life to academics and having a high standard and going and getting certain level credentials. I respect that. So I have a hard time to believe that he's doing something that he's actually ignorant enough to think that we're trying to trick somebody. No, what it is we're reading, we're understanding, we're learning, and we're using precedent to take the position that we want to have the best argument in the best position based on what gives us the best chance to win. Not we're trying to trick somebody. If they're saying, no, you can't do stuff based on race, then we're not going to do it based on race. We're not going to do it based. If they're saying if you could do stuff race-based is getting struck down, why are we going to still try to ramrod race through there? No, we're going to run into a brick wall. We just want to run our head into a stone wall, a brick wall until we crack and then what do we do? No. So we take another approach, and it's actually the true and proper approach. It's the true and proper approach. It's not an ideological approach that you've been programmed with for years and years and years. Look, I mean, I hate to sound cliche. They did stuff based on race. It won't right. Race is messed up and a falsehood anyway. So why were we going to deal something on a falsehood instead of on truth? So they know the falsehood, so they can easily deconstruct it. Why are we going to do it instead of on the truth? And so when they try to take it to the falsehood, we stand on the truth. So we have a stronger case. It's about having a stronger case. It's not just about trying to fake and trick somebody. That's not, come on, man. You know way better than that. You're not that stupid to think that the whole reason why we talking about, or if somebody would mention the lineages, the family lines that trace back to is different than a whole artificial construct that they created to categorize everybody that looks like they're from Africa. That's not what this thing is about. It's about having the best position to make the best argument so we can win. That's the thing. We're trying to win. Really, he's a fatalist. Like, he's a fatalist. He doesn't care if we don't win. He just like mess something up, let it burn to the ground. But like you don't care about winning, you don't want it. So why are we listening to you anyway?
That's right.
You value somebody's opinion, you value somebody's lifestyle, you value their opinion. If he just wants it to burn, if he just wants to destroy it, and he wants us to go be back in Africa and all that kind of stuff, then that's what you want. If you follow behind and care what he has to say, that's what you want to happen. If that's not what you want to happen, then why do you even care what he has to say? Because if we're not fatalists, we are not going back. We're American freedmen, and part of it is we're American, and so we're demanding what we're owed in America, and we're going to fight for that in America. We're not going to just pray and hope. Because guess what? If this thing burns down, guess who's getting burnt to ashes first? Your freedmen behind. That's getting burnt. It's getting burnt. They cremated first.
That's right. All right, so let's continue this. This guy's just goofy, man.
Nobody gonna see what they doing. I can't wait for the white person to show up to say my great grandfather was enslaved. Give me a check. And when these lineage Negroes show up and say you can't get one, and then the court say, "Aha, we knew you were losing lineage as the proxy." Y'all so
now. This is so stupid. This is so stupid to me. Like, this is gaslighting 101. He knows that what he's saying is factually wrong. And he knows who to listen to. And he's listening to those of us who have this freedman conscience, because that's who he's talking to. That's why Cheryl Grills at that DC panel discussion took a shot at the term freedman. And boy, did the justices in this case just crush her. She just got crushed. She got crushed. And that's why Carr has to come out and say what he said. So let's bring it back though. Let's bring it back to what he said here.
Great grandfather was enslaved. Wait for the white person to show up to say my great grandfather was enslaved. Give me a check. And when these lineage Negroes show up and say you can't get one, and then the court say, "Aha, we knew you were losing lineage as the proxy."
So first and foremost, we've developed the criteria. We've developed the criteria, and that.
Well, it's still in the works.
It's still I was going to say ours is still in the works. But even if we use the criteria that's already established, right? If we're using that, then no white person is going to be able to show up and do that. You don't think Carr knows this? He is disingenuous. He is deceptive. The organizations that he works for are nefarious. These people have set up so many different reparations organizations across the country so that they could grift from these white philanthropical organizations and foundations that I think truly want to help the reparationist cause. These people have situated themselves in the front of the line. And I don't know, man, one of these days, I'm going to go through just the list of one of them. And I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you exactly what I mean. I'm going to show you what I mean. These people have websites, organizations set up talking about Benin bronzes. That has nothing to do with reparations for American freedmen. Nothing at all. And yet they are getting donations, 2, 3, 4 donations from these philanthropic foundations that genuinely, what appears to be genuinely wanting to help this reparations push, family. We have to expose them and we have to get them out the paint. We have to get them out the paint. This is our fight. If anybody should be compensated for the work that they're putting in, it should be us, because we are the ones that know what we're talking about, and we're the ones that's pushing for reparations for real. As Josh said, Carr is a fatalist, and he wants to burn it all down. It's just like the Twitter space that I was in last night. There was this old woman that got up on the stage and said if she had to choose between reparations failing and the word Negro, she would choose the word Negro and let reparations fail. This is what this woman said. And these people are 6 degrees of separation from each other. The neo-Negroes and the Greg Carrs, the Pan-Africanists, the Democrats, etc. It's only 6 degrees of separation. All of them do not care if this thing passed. That's why all the people that run around talk about Black American, Negro, freedmen, like I just give them the side. I don't rock with them people anyway, but they get the extra side eye because you're saying I am tying myself into the cars, the Twitter obstructionists, neo-Negroes, etc., and trying to bring this thing down. They too are fatalists, and I don't listen to them, and they know better than to come around our spaces.
Hey, Naheem, let me say this because this is just one clip, right? And I agree with everything you're saying. But when we think about what he is saying, right, where he's saying what's going to stop a white person from coming up, and let's just use California as the example. Right now, the eligibility is just must have a descent. Is it you must be African American and be a descendant of a person of the 1900s, descendant of slave or free, or is it must be a descendant of a person enslaved or free prior to the 1900s? Because I think when we're talking about, when we're trying to address what Greg Carr is saying specifically on the ancestry tip, what he is saying is that if we go solely by the status of freedmen, if there is a white individual, Latino individual, whoever, if they have one great-great-grandparent or great-great-grandparent that is a freedman, under the current eligibility status for California, they would qualify if we didn't mention a race standard like how Darity has the self-identification standard that says 12 years on legal paper also identifies Black. And I do think, based on what we just read from the Supreme Court, that when we bring up the element of race into our eligibility standard,
yes,
that triggers some form of judicial review.
Come on, bro.
But with Greg Carr, this is how you know he's disingenuous. They never asked this question when they were going to frame it off of African descent, because a white person can easily have African descent, but he never brings up the argument.
Come on now.
And so we're talking about race-based, right? Their approach was going to be, let's go to race-based approach, and let's just say you have to have African ancestry. We knew ahead of time that's going to get kicked out of the courts because you're saying must be Black, and that's not pertaining to slavery. You know what I'm saying?
Excellent. Excellent observation.
Ali, do you follow where I'm going with that?
Excellent observation. Excellent.
Yeah, so I know that Darity had the original standard where we said must have. We've been generous. We said must have one ancestor that was enslaved or a freedman, etc. And then we also clarified and said also must I self-identify, at least 12 years on paper legally that you've been going by Black. That way we could try to limit those who may be white who have the ancestry, but clearly are not the people who we are repair for. Like they weren't Black over these last few decades. So why would they qualify for reparations? I think go ahead, Ali.
The point you're raising is so important because that's what I was going to say, is that what Carr is trying to do is undermine Darity's criteria. So I don't know if people realize what's going on, but that's exactly what he's trying to do. He's trying to undermine Darity's criteria. But what he doesn't realize is, like my brother just said, is that he's undermining his own idea because African is also considered a racial classification, because I've pointed out in many instances in the Dred Scott case that our people were identified as the African race. This is.
And in the New York, my bad, Ali, you went out. You still there?
Yeah. I was saying this was the United States Supreme Court where they identified our people as the African race.
Yeah, right. And I'll say in the New York hearing when Assembly Member Salajas was being questioned by the Jewish guy, he said, what about my beautiful blue-eyed, blonde-haired kids that are of African descent by way of their mother? Would they qualify for reparations? And they tried to spin it and say, well, we're still going to consider eligibility within the commission. But based on the language alone, the answer is yes, you have the ancestry requirement and therefore would be eligible. But if you say, no, you're not eligible because you ain't Black, that triggers this race-based strict scrutiny argument that we're trying to avoid.
But see now, HR 40, which is the thing they're championing, is laden with race language. Their thing is for African Americans or Black Americans. That's what that thing is for. That's what that thing is for. So you can't, if his beautiful blonde haired, blue eyed daughters that have African ancestry identify as white, then how would they qualify if the reparations program through HR 40 is for Black Americans or African Americans? You see what I'm saying? He's undermining his own logic by trying to undermine Darity's criteria. But see, what he doesn't realize, and what a lot of these people don't realize, was just telling Stupies, is that this whole racial thing is something that you ain't even really supposed to understand. It's supposed to cause confusion. It's supposed to be a trick bag. It ain't supposed to give you, you're not supposed to be able to use that to get justice. The whole purpose was designed, the racial classifications were designed for the purpose of oppression, not justice. So I don't see why anybody think they're going to use this tool of oppression to now get justice with. I don't get it. Why anybody.
Yeah, Ali, you went out, bro.
Nah, I stopped talking.
Oh, my bad, my bad. All right, let's play the rest of this clip. I don't know how much more there is to it, but
I was gonna say, so it's just really this 43 seconds, and then I had the video from Mandy Callen's brother. It's only up to like 2 minutes of that, where he talks about how he manipulated by self-identifying as Black to get into affirmative action.
All right, I can stop sharing. Yeah, all right. Put it in the
it's in a private chat right now. Yeah. Now, like if you play this clip, and the only last request
hold on. We have a white woman in the background. I guess she's gonna. I'm interested to hear this argument. I think
she might be signing with us. You don't know. I don't know what nobody thinking.
She looking around. She like white. I think she's saying that her skin ain't white.
There you go, man. Come on.
It's interesting though, because
she's saying that's white. She's using our logic. She's saying this is white. She's pointing. All right, we're gonna bring you in, Robin. Just give us 1 second.
Go ahead, bro. Finish it.
Yeah. So just to summarize this, the YouTube video you're gonna play right now, it got the Indian guy who pretended to be Black by self-identifying. His middle name is like Jojo something, so he just went by the nickname Jojo. Got a buzz cut and like really wrote in his language that he was Black, and how you'll hear it in the clip. But what I want to expose to the audience is that what he brings up is this thing called the Pocahontas factor, where white people have changed their self-reporting identity to fit in with certain ancestry that they may have, like let's say related to Native ancestry, where you got that one great grandparent, and they self-report to colleges that they're Native American and get admitted just by using this factor. So even when we're talking about eligibility for reparations, there could be whites who use this Pocahontas factor, which is what Grant Carter is trying to refer to, and say, I have that great grandparent that's African American, grew up in Alabama, and in that vein trying to qualify themselves for reparations. And then the last clip I had was just what the Supreme Court has said on this, because Kavanaugh said the sentence of slavery isn't race-based. You can use whatever other argument. And Harvard responded and said, well, we would make the argument that is based on the basis of ancestry.
Absolutely.
So, now, this is go ahead.
Peep this. This is why, before you play the clip, because you could do it right after this is why we always point out the disclaimer in what we call Federal Directive 15, or whatever is officially called Special Directive, whatever, of the Office of Management. So the reason we point out the disclaimer is because it's very important, and it was shredded. Like I said, the OMB really got shredded in this particular case. The legitimacy of the OMB was shredded. Now they issued this disclaimer. They say that these classifications, talking about the racial classifications, as well as the non-Hispanic or Hispanic one that they use as an ethnic thing, these classifications are not scientific or anthropological in nature, nor should they be viewed as determinants of eligibility for participation in any federal program. This is very, very significant, especially coming behind this ruling. This is one of the things we kept pointing out to people. Yep. We need to develop a criteria that is based on science and anthropology. You see, because if you use the pseudoscience
Absolutely.
of the Europeans, what they're going to do is they're going to flip it and they're going to put you on your back. That's all I'm trying to say. That's why I kept saying anybody who's talking about reparations for Black Americans is wrong. I don't care what kind of letter you got behind your name.
right.
It's wrong. You're wrong, and you're going to run into a brick wall, because this thing is designed for you to lose. The whole purpose of creating these classifications was to bottom cast you and make you a loser in society. You can try to use it for something else if you want, but it ain't going to work.
It ain't going to work. And y'all better heed the message of the professor on this platform, Professor Ali. So,
yeah,
okay.
we locked in. Hey, Naeem, just go to the beginning because it's the first 3 minutes where he's going to explain the whole thing of what he did. Yep.
All right.
When it comes to college admissions, how much of a role should race play? That question back in the news this week for the first time in Harvard University's history.
Oh, I gotta stay on
the majority of students accepted into the incoming freshman class identify as non-white, 50.8% to be precise. But at the same time came news that the Department of Justice is investigating allegations the school is denying places to qualified Asian American students. VJ Jojo Chokolingam, now the head of admissions consultant at Interview SOS, has a unique experience with this topic. An Indian American, he realized the only way that he would be accepted at med school would be to pass as Black. He chronicled his experiences in his book, Almost Black, the true story of how I got into medical school by pretending to be Black. VJ Chokolingam joins me now. So you were studying statistics at the University of Chicago, and you say to yourself, I don't stand a chance with my 3.1. What did you do?
Well, I shaved my head, I trimmed my eyelashes, and I decided to join the organization of Black students so I could apply to medical school as a Black man. I also used my middle name, Jojo. I subsequently interviewed at medical schools across the country and managed to get waitlisted at Washington University and the University of Pennsylvania, then ranked the second and the third and fourth best medical schools in the country, and got into St. Louis University School of Medicine, despite the fact that my pretty pitiful 3.1 GPA was dramatically lower than their average of 3.7. Now, I wanted to mention a statistic you mentioned earlier in the program, which is that the majority of Harvard is now a minority. And I don't think that's true. I think that's very deceptive, because I think you're forgetting about the Pocahontas factor. And that is that there's a large number of people who are whiter than winter in Alaska who pose as minorities based on flimsy reasons. And as a result, it skews the statistics because they know that it can improve their chances of admission. So self-reporting of statistics that are minority, I don't think that's necessarily the best data to use.
And that's so, really it. That's it right
VJ,
there.
what you're saying is that
yeah. So he literally saying that if we go by self-reporting alone, and if some white person that's paler than people in Alaska, if they got the ancestry, they will change how they self-report to benefit, and that's where it comes into reparations.
Let me wait.
This Frederick Douglass factor. Let's say that.
Oh, I like that. I like that. So, with that knowledge and what Neil Gorsuch described, what he broke down when it came to these racial classifications, do you believe that this now hinders, quote unquote, white women, the Pocahontas factor, if you will, from using race or some flimsy ancestral standard to get into, let's say, a college or receive a benefit like affirmative action, whether it's college, school, employment, et cetera, et cetera?
That's the thing, right? So that's where I'm conflicted, because while I understand the language of what he said, which was what Ali highlighted, like don't use this race or these classifications for eligibility in any federal programs or even for like school eligibility. The issue for me is that white people today, they are going to still do it. So like the Supreme Court had the loophole where they said your racial experience or your unique experiences could still be considered. And I think like white people today, they will still find some, nook and cranny to say, okay, I got either this slave ancestry or, you know, X, Y, and Z, this native ancestry to, you know, qualify for things, if that makes sense.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
All right. And,
That's
okay,
why.
so hey, I'll let y'all go on to the other lady, but I'm gonna mute. But I got that last clip just from the courts, and then that's
Okay,
all.
Let's hold on to that for a minute, because I'm interested to hearing what Robin has to say, because she's in the background and she's saying I'm not white, which she's not white, just like we're not black, and we've been saying that for who knows how long, at least over the past 13, 14 years. Okay, so Robin, unmute yourself. And, you're unmuted. So what is your contribution to this conversation? I'm curious.
Who has the right to put something on me? A label, a color, a belief, until they've heard it from me. If I have not said I am white, who has the right to say you are white?
Johann Friedrich Blumenbach.
Who?
Johann Friedrich Blumenbach.
I don't know that.
He's the guy that basically created the 5 races of man, or the 5 divisions of man. And during the prerequisite cases, the Supreme Court actually cites Blumenbach. And what we have today with Federal Directive 15, we have, well, another instance of 5 divisions.
The perpetuation, the Office of Management and Budget is perpetuating these mythologies that they put the disclaimer out to say that they're not based in science or anthropology. Yet they're continuing to perpetuate that which the Supreme Court is trying to say is unconstitutional.
Okay, Robin.
What is the Constitution?
It is a compact. It is a social compact that were created by those that obviously formed themselves a nation here in the United States of America. And through this compact, they all agreed to abide by its provisions and the laws created thereof.
Thank you.
In a nutshell.
Thank you for that. And this happened hundreds of years ago by people who are dead now.
That's a fact.
And when they wrote these things, they had a heart to be free. They had a heart not to be controlled and ruled and told, you have to, you ought, must, should do this, that way, and if you don't, you shall be punished. They had a heart not to be that. And they wrote down words and said, we will not be that. We will be free.
Well, and then after that, they created a constitution, and it governs the laws of this country. It basically supposed to govern this country. So I'm just trying to, like, I don't understand your point. What is your opinion on the ruling and how it ties into your theory? Do you follow Marianne Williamson? Or are you like a follower of Marianne Williamson?
I don't know these names of people.
Are you in the U.S.?
I follow love, no matter where I am, no matter what label or individuality somebody places upon me, or color. Above all things, I just wish to love my fellow man.
Okay. That's excellent. But let me.
I don't wish to be called anything. I don't need to be called anything. I just wish to love. I wish to grow my corn and my peas and feed my neighbors.
That's beautiful.
It doesn't matter what we are.
That's beautiful.
It doesn't matter what someone else calls us. just
But I do have a question. I have a question. Quick question.
Sorry.
Are you a citizen of the United States?
What is that?
A citizen is a member of this particular political body. Are you a member of the United States or you're
does
not?
That require what does that require? Some kind of, what does that require?
Well, it requires allegiance to the United States. It would require political allegiance to this particular country and this government. Do you love this country or you don't really love this country? I don't know.
You know, I remember when I was little and we used to say this thing, and it was I pledge allegiance, and I was like 6 years old, and I didn't know what these words meant. I just knew that my teacher over here was telling me I should say these things, and I should look up here at this piece of red, white, and blue thing and feel proud about it and say these words, but I didn't know what allegiance was. I didn't know what that meant.
Well, yeah, I know. But it comes by way of your it comes by way of your parents. In this country, the way the laws work, right? The principle of jus soli, jus sanguinis, meaning right of soil, right of blood. This particular right guarantees you the membership in society, this right of soil and right of blood, which you inherit by way of your parents if they're actual members of society, particularly tax paying. Do you pay taxes in the United States?
May I ask? I apologize. I can't see stuff on my screen. I can't say. May I know your name?
All right. I'm sorry. We gotta move on. I'm sorry.
Hey, but I think what we highlight with that is that's the liberal version of the lost cause, where they gonna use like a all love, I don't see color approach, whereas the real Southerner lost cause guys, they just gonna call us N-words to our face and let us know what it is. Like you got that deceptive type and you got the blunt type. But yeah, Naheem, if you want to go ahead and get back to like where we was at, I think we'll be good.
All right, hold on. All right, wait a minute. Let's get once again in here. Once again.
The connection sounds crazy once again.
Yeah, it's your mic.
Hello. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you sound like you in like Switzerland or something.
In New York.
You in New York? Oh my God, you sound like you way across seas.
In the Afghan bunker.
Nah, not at all. Nah, I just got Bluetooth. I got different things on right now.
Oh, okay. What's good?
Because you was
hold on.
Talking, you was talking real spicy in the chat, saying we never gonna get reparations, etc. So you on the mic now. What's up?
Right, yeah, but hold on.
All right, we can't hold on for you, bro. You
no, but come on, y'all not in a rush, man. We ain't get reparations so far. You can wait 2 minutes.
Yeah, but we having a discussion.
Okay, right, okay. So if y'all can hear me, fine. I'll just take it from there.
Yeah.
The reason first of all, I'm sharing my opinion in the chat automatically. He not black. Get him out of here. I'm blacker than anybody. I'm just as black as anybody on that panel. Okay, I grew up in Queens. Everybody in my family's black. So just because I have a difference of opinion, automatically, black people, we can't have intelligent discussions. Automatically, get him out of here. Oh, he's married to the white lady. Like, come on, we need to be adults about this.
Okay, so what's your perspective in terms
so my perspective is this.
Hold on. Let me respond to that.
Go ahead.
When people come into our chat and they appear to just be trolling, then they're gonna get smoked from the people in the chat. So it's fair game at this point. So go ahead.
Yeah, that's true.
What's your
that's true. Go ahead.
Okay. I'll respond to that real quick, then I'll move on to my main point. It's a fine line between trolling and having difference of opinion. I didn't say nothing disrespectful. I didn't call nobody out their name or any of that. I just said my first sentence was, I don't think we're going to get reparations. That doesn't make me a troll, okay? And I've been fully aware, woke, whatever you want to call it. I grew up in New York doing Howard Beach and Bensonhurst. Okay, I met Mayor Dinkins when he was the first black mayor of New York City. Okay, so I'm extremely black. Now to move on,
What kind of
my
black
sentiment.
What
Huh?
kind of black are you? Let's deal with your blackness.
No, I know. Let me tell you. Let me deal with this reparations thing. That's what I want to talk about.
I got you, but I'm running the show here. Let's deal with your blackness first, and then we'll get into the reparations thing. So
no problem. What do you mean deal with my blackness?
Because there's different blacknesses, obviously.
No, hold on. So what are you talking about? FBA, ADOS, and all of that?
No, we ain't talking about FBA or ADOS and all of that. We talking about American freedmen. Does your ancestry trace back to emancipated persons, formerly enslaved people in this country? Yes or no?
No question, definitely.
Okay, so now that that's established, let's get into this reparations thing, because I can't understand how a person whose family was once enslaved, then freed, then went through all of the horrors that this country put us through can fix their mouths or their Twitter fingers to type that we don't or would never get reparations.
Yeah, don't say deserve. I didn't say deserve, but go ahead.
Right. Let's not let's let him break his position.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let me respond. First of all, I 100% feel that, or think and feel that black people deserve reparations. Trust me, I understand about convict leasing and all of that stuff, redlining and all that, buck breaking, whatever. I get it. So, and our free labor for 400 something years and all of that. So I 100% feel and think that black people deserve reparations. And I would challenge people who say we don't deserve it, because it's not about white guilt. It's not about making white people feel guilty. It's about paying a debt that should have been repaid. And just because it hasn't been repaid thus far doesn't mean us as the descendants should forget about it. And it's not coming from an individual white person. Hopefully it would come from the federal government. And as we all know, they send money to Ukraine and all over the planet when they need to. So yes, we should get reparations. Okay. But I'm also aware that this debate has been going on for so long. And my simple solution is, my humble solution to the fact that, first of all, there's a lot of crime in a lot of our neighborhoods, okay? Not everyone. I grew up in Queens during the crack era, okay? And I've been to prison. I'm not proud of it, but I've seen violence and all of that, so I get it. And a lot of people say that, poverty is caused by crime. Okay, I mean, crime is caused by poverty. So my thing is, how can we look at all the celebrities and this and that and entertainers and blah, 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 who have billions of dollars, and we're still talking about reparations? So fine, let's continue that conversation with the federal government. As we always see, the Supreme Court is doing whatever they want to do. So I respect you guys' channel, and I view all the YouTube channels about black people and all of that, but we're just talking, and Trump, MAGA, Republicans, they're doing what they want to do, okay? So my point is this: why can't wealthy black people start it ain't got to be called reparations, you call it what you want, but start a fund
pay ourselves for the pay ourselves.
Let them finish.
It's a transfer of wealth.
Redlining. Pay ourselves.
See, hold on. No, see, you're wrong.
Let him finish so we could get to it, bro. Come on. Let him finish so we can go ahead and address it.
All right, go ahead, bro.
See, I laugh, man, because I hear that same. I trust me. I'm not scared to voice my opinion. And I've been on mad channels, and I say the same thing. Now check it. You just said pay ourselves. See, brother, think what you just said. You said pay ourselves for redlining, et cetera, et cetera. Where do you think the money for reparations would come from? You realize it comes from taxes. I'm sure everyone listening pays taxes, so we would still be paying ourselves. It's not going to come from only white people.
Now we stopping this. Go ahead, Josh. You break that part down, and then I'll take care of the rest.
Go ahead. What?
Ali, you take care of that, and then I'll come in after the fact. Go ahead,
Well,
Josh.
first off, I want to say I appreciate your energy and your passion on the subject.
Where am I wrong with
Yes,
that? Tell me that though.
Okay,
Where am I wrong?
I'm gonna tell you.
And let me say this real quick, Josh. I actually believe that this brother feels that we deserve reparations. I don't think that that's his issue, whether or not we deserve it. I just think that he might be misinformed about how it can actually work and what it would take to actually make it happen. So go ahead, Josh. You go in, and then we can actually now break this thing down.
Yeah. So brother, what we're trying to say is, on the federal level, on the state and local level, taxes are the strategy is what we call tabs: tax and borrow, then you spend the money. You have to raise the money via taxation and borrowing so you can have a budget to spend the budget. On the federal level, the United States is a sovereign currency creator. So they don't rely on taxes as a constraint for them to be able to spend money. The strategy is the opposite: spend the money, then you tax and borrow to mitigate the inflation risk that may be there from spending too much and having too much money in circulation. So on a federal reparations program, in the same way we saw that they didn't have to do emergency taxation, extra taxation on you from the COVID-19 trillions that they spent, the same way they spent $29 trillion on the bank bailout in 2008, they didn't have to do emergency taxation when you had to pay a whole bunch of extra taxes. In the same way for a reparations program, they can allocate funds to a reparations program through the United States Treasury and pay the reparations without having that would not be something that we in fact will fund ourselves. That's something that the federal government can allocate the funds and introduce into the budget, and that's just how it would work. Now, if it was on the state and local level, yeah, you'll be constrained by whatever you can raise from tax and citizenry and borrowing. But on the federal level, the federal government is a sovereign currency creator. So it does not have to be constrained by paying taxes, because pretty much every program where the federal government spends money on it is new spending. It's not raised via taxation.
All right. So Ali, did you want to touch on any? Because there's a bunch of stuff. I'm gonna let you handle it.
So look, the point of the matter is this: there are a lot of people who believe it's never going to happen. There are reparationists, I'm sure, who are working to try to make it happen, who probably deep down inside think it won't ever happen, for the very reasons that this brother's pointing out. We have a certain history and relationship to this country, and that has been one of neglect. Some people use the term benign neglect, outright neglect, not just that, racial terrorism, all of the things that he mentioned in passing, right? All of these things happen. All of these things continue to happen. George Floyd, Trayvon Martin, you name it, right? Things continue to happen. Mass incarceration, disparate sentencing. But one of the things that you got to look at in terms of the silver lining and how things can bend towards justice, right? You look at the fact that our people were once an enslaved people. I guarantee you there were a number of folks in this country who felt that the so-called Negro would never be emancipated, would never be able to live the life of a citizen to any degree with any type of freedom or autonomy, self-autonomy, right? But here we are, right? We're not in the position that we would like to be, but we're no longer the chattel slavery of individuals, the chattel slaves of individuals, like meaning someone's personal property. Yeah, there are people who get locked up. Yeah, the exception clause exists inside of the 13th Amendment. We get that. But at the same time, we're no longer the personal property of people, where an individual.
Listen, you're preaching to the choir. I've heard
hold on. No, bro. Listen, I was the one advocating for you to be able to speak. So you gotta hold on. So that's what I'm saying is I actually
platform think they're gonna run our platform.
I actually agree. I'm agreeing with what you're saying in part, in that I understand why you feel the way that you feel. But the thing is, the reason that the show is based on what it's based on is because we are the type of people who have been doing a specific kind of work to move the reparations conversation towards justice, to move it towards an actual end goal. And what this court case did was provide us, in our view, a pathway, and it actually concurs with what it is that we've been saying for the past 3 years and provides us a pathway to achieve what it is that we're trying to achieve. That's going to come by way of political action and civic engagement. Now,
can I ask you one question, please? Can I ask you a question, please?
But wait,
can I ask you a question?
I'm trying to.
Please let me ask you a question. Please.
Okay, go ahead.
Please. Now, all of that's good. Now I'm talking about the federal level. Everything you're saying is great. I don't know everything, so I'm not disputing anything that you're saying. But humbly, don't we need a president that's eventually going to sign this legislation? Biden hasn't done it. Mess around. Trump may become president again. Whatever Republican becomes president, all of this stuff is dead at the door. So what president you think is going to sign this into law, into executive orders or whatever?
It's not going to take an executive order, right? It's going to take an act of legislation, which means.
But the president has to sign it, correct?
Yes, the president is going to have to sign off on it.
Okay.
The president's going to have to sign off on it. But there's also something. It depends on how much political muscle we're able to flex. If we're able to get an actual Congress, meaning the House and the Senate, to agree on an actual piece of reparations legislation, if the president vetoes it, you do know that the Congress can override a veto of a president.
Oh, come on, man! I used to watch I'm Just a Bill on the Schoolhouse Rock.
All right, so I'm saying that to say to address the issue of the president having to sign off. Yes, the president should sign off on legislation, but a lot of the Reconstruction legislation that we had came by way of override, right? They had to override the veto of the president. And those were things that were put in place for us. The 13th Amendment, the 14th Amendment particularly, was vetoed by the president. You understand what I'm saying? This is an actual amendment. We ain't even talking about just an act of legislation, an actual constitutional amendment that was vetoed by the president, and over him, Congress passed it anyway. So what I'm saying is the possibility is there because things have already been done in the past. So it's not like it's completely impossible. We used to be slaves. We're not no more. The president vetoed the 14th Amendment. It got through. It's a part of the Constitution.
I got you, the Civil Rights Act. So let me say this real quick. I agree with everything that you're saying. I 100% everything you're saying. I'm not trying to be the fly in the ointment. Great, you guys are doing your thing. What is the problem in the meantime for wealthy Black people who have combined billions of dollars starting a fund for poor Black people to exchange of wealth and help people create businesses? And also, let me point out, if wealthy Black people was to do this, white people can't say anything because the government's not involved. So they can't say it's discrimination. They can't say, they like what happened with the Farm Bill. When Biden wanted to give money to Black farmers, white farmers, and they messed it up. So, if Black people wanted to redistribute funds, nobody can say nothing. And this is something that can be done relatively quickly and just, shore up our economy. For us.
Now, let me say this. What you're talking about is an honorable thing, right? It would be a very honorable and noble thing for those folks with money to do something like that if they chose to do it. But here's the problem. It's their money.
Right.
That's number one. Number two, you can't tell anybody what to do with their money.
Well, true. Oh, but brother, and that's the same thing that white people feel, and that's why they don't want Black people getting reparations.
Well, listen, we're not talking about white people. When we talk about reparations, again, we got to go back to what Brother Josh was just saying. We're talking about the United States government because they have the money to pay for anything they want to. They pay for wars. They pay for the Ukraine. They pay
all of that. Asylum seekers, they coming up with $50 million in Chicago.
Well, there you go.
Hold on. If you know that, then why would billionaires, right, and millionaires put their money into a pot to distribute to 40 million freedmen, aka Black people in this country? What type of sin?
Well, I think
hold on. Let me answer that real quick, please. Let me answer that. It wouldn't go to 40 million people, and that's where you start to whittle down. It would go to the most neediest people who aren't on drugs, because I seen what crack and heroin do, and if you put that much money in a crackhead's hand, they're going, you know what I mean? It could be overdoses. So you look for people like yourselves, maybe people who have businesses, people who graduated high school. things like that. You know what I mean?
All right,
Brother Naheem, can I step in?
Josh, because
I don't think you're wrong. I don't think you're wrong.
no, well, he
I
is
think,
wrong. Wait a minute.
well, look,
Please
no,
How am
no,
I
no,
wrong?
no.
Please tell me how I'm wrong.
Hold
Please.
on. Well, let me qualify. I
Yeah,
don't think
'cause
you're wrong that people who have extreme abundance, it's a good idea for them to give back to those, especially intergroup, right? Who, especially if you can empathize and you can understand the history of the situation, you should try to make a contribution to give back. I think that's a noble and moral superiority thing to do. However, I think we need to understand the level of the wealth that, first of all, none of these people own any foundational type of industry or means of production. Most of the stuff is like, if they are on something like that, they're like the low end of the totem pole for the compared to white folks who compared to the rest of America. And then most of their wealth is coming from something that can be easily done away with. It's kind of on paper because they don't own any means of production. It's through some type of
Like what we
marketing,
saw
some
with
type of
Kanye.
contracts. Right, exactly. It can go away extremely fast because he doesn't own factories. He doesn't own any means of production. He doesn't own any hard, capital assets that you can't easily just get away with. He would have to liquidate something that's of a large operation, and that will cause him to actually get a huge infusion of cash. Anyway, so I think what we got to understand is Jeff Bezos' net worth is worth more than all quote unquote black business combined. Just one white man's net worth is worth more than all black business combined. We broke down the numbers on here, like Nike profits last year was more than, I think, like the top 100 black businesses in America or something like that.
Yeah, and black people helped make that happen, buying Jordans and Air Force Ones.
That's a lie.
I mean, we don't have the money even to support Nike like that.
We're not 100%.
We don't have the amount of money to fund Nike like that. Go ahead.
No, I got Nike's global.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
This is starting.
It's all good, but
whoever keeps saying this is why you can't deal with constructive criticism. You can't deal with it.
No. Look, I appreciate the conversation, brother, because it's a lot of people that
thinks like
feel
this,
the same
feels
way.
this kind of way. We have to be able to communicate with them, because we need to be able to get them to understand where we are and why we're saying the things that we're saying. If we can get our brother to understand what we're saying and why, I think he will come around. That's the only reason why I'm saying let's take our time and actually talk to him.
Well, doing it so long, I can hear when somebody isn't trying to take in any of the information. That's why I had this article pulled up on the screen while Josh was going in, right? If somebody that's curious about any information will express curiosity, they would express wanting to learn more. They wouldn't keep going on with trope after trope after
it's
trope.
steeped. I know, but it's steeped.
Spend their money.
But bro, our people are, like somebody said, fatalism. Our people are fatalists, and rightfully so. Don't get it twisted. Let's not act like we don't understand why it's like this. We know why it's like it is.
I do, but I just like beating up bad arguments in real time.
Yes,
but you're not beating up a bad argument. You just over talking. You just talking.
All right, let me put this dude in the back channel because he just don't know when to shut up.
They are bad arguments, bro. What I'm saying is I understand why the bad arguments pop up. I'm not saying that they're not bad arguments. They are bad arguments. Let's be clear.
Very bad arguments.
But we understand this. It's a large percentage of people that are making the bad arguments, and I think part of that is the reason why it's a lot of work to be done to get us all on the same page, to actually have the gumption and to get up and actually fight every day to make reparations happen. Because if you believe there's no hope, if you believe it's not impossible, then you're like, why do I want to go out of my way to spend any resources or energy or time when I could be doing something else that could materially help my situation tomorrow, as opposed to working to make reparations happen for my children, which is going to affect my grandchildren and the generations later. So I understand. But part of it is the education on the arguments that people are making, so we can have the proper mindset to like, you know what, we
Absolutely.
have, like Brother Claude Anderson, the elder said,
Yes.
it's not a nicety, it's a necessity.
Absolutely. And that's what we got to get them to see. And we have the data, we have the information to prove the point. And even sometimes we're proving the point, like when you said you was talking to the brother Ben X, right? And you were showing him the actual facts, where he turned around and said, I don't believe that. I'm going to write my own report that says something completely different. Not concerned over the fact that it's based on the science of crunching the numbers and things of that nature, but just because I have this idea, because that's what's happening. A lot of people are pushing their ideas or their ideology as opposed to dealing with the numbers, dealing with the data, dealing with the statistics, dealing with the actual historical facts, right? Dealing with the judicial breakdowns that we're talking. This thing was about the decision coming out of the Supreme Court and what that means, the significance of that as it pertains to us as reparationists. You see what I'm saying? How it helps to provide a pathway to get to where we're trying to go. But people have these ideas, right? Like this brother, he has an idea, right? And his idea is that it'll never happen, but it's based on the fact that there's been a history of a bad relationship between our folks in this country. So I understand where it's coming from, but he has to then understand, like the sister said, he won't listen. You got to be able to listen and then understand where we're coming from, because maybe then you'll be able to see it from a different perspective.
And that's my thing. I'm not going to be wrangling with somebody that's not trying to listen just to come back to keep making the bad arguments. Brother Contraband was just up in here cooking. I like to hear perspectives outside of, what, we build all the time. So when I hear people come in that got it and they get it, I want to hear more of that, right? Because we've had these debates over and over again, and we're able to peep a person's energy to see if they're receptive to the information. Even Stu Pease, right? He kept saying, it's not that I disagree, and I'm not trying to disagree with you, but he would go back and disagree anyway.
Yes.
Only because of what you were saying, brother. He's stuck in a certain mindset. But the more the conversation went along, and he listened, and he was able to hear. And even when he tried to, move the goalpost on certain things or throw a red herring, talking about the Sousa name, etc., we were able to bring him back to the point. It wasn't contentious. It wasn't none of that. Then you get somebody that's just like, nah, I'm taking over y'all. I'm from Queens.
Yo, look.
I'm from Far Rockaway. Ain't nobody taking over nothing.
Hey, I'm from Harlem, born and raised. I came through the crack era in New York City too. You know what I'm saying? So I know what time.
Hey man, y'all not gonna be calling out places, man. I'm calling out from Petersburg, man. 804.
Virginia in the building.
Yeah.
Hey, but no, I'll say, bro was tripping, but I think the best thing I can say about what we just witnessed is that he came to this space and he tried to make his position known, but he did point out that it's a lot of good information that is shared. So I think he's trying to detox from that, that pessimism that he has by trying to challenge, like, I don't think it's never going to happen. Prove me wrong, because he wants to believe. If you don't think it's not going to happen, you're not going to waste your time arguing with somebody about why it's, not going to happen. Yeah, so
no need to.
Yeah. So I think y'all did it the right way, I think, but like to you said, Ali, though, to what you said, Naheem, it's when we in these master classes, the white belts got to sit down. You know what I'm saying? This is black belt business right now. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I like that. I like that.
We have our level of patience. Everybody knows we do this all the time, especially in the Twitter space, where you gotta be easy. Because there's be a bunch of people, I just be wanting to say, man, shut the and I just let them go. And sometimes but the people in the Twitter sphere, they know us. So they know not to bring that BS like that. And dude was in the chat already saying a bunch of BS. And then you want to jump on the stage and you're not even receptive to the information. I don't have no time for that, man. I'm like, we're teaching right now, and people need to hear they need to hear what's going on. So, and we're a couple hours in. So, do you have this thing already queued up? In the oral argument.
Yeah. So if you go to that video link, the second one in there, it's just really two parts. One is at like 1 minute and 59. We can go like to 158 and play that, but it's Justice Alito speaking to that Pocahontas factor. And then the last clip is Harvard's reply to Gorsuch, where he's repeating what Kavanaugh said about, or it's probably Kavanaugh speaking, but he's, commenting about the sentence of slaves argument.
All right. So I see you got the first one, the timestamp at 1:59:02. Is that where you want me to go to first?
Yeah. Yep.
1:59:02. Hold on. Fam, make sure y'all hitting that like button. If you are not subscribed to the channel, even that dude, once again, subscribe to the channel, and come get this work, man. Come get this work whenever you feel, whenever I'm in the mood to have the debate. Because I just want to kind of keep this thing moving. I'll cook you on any given Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Any one of us would. And I wouldn't even say that you was getting cooked. I would say that you was getting educated. You were getting educated. But subscribe to the channel anyway. Hit the bell icon. Support the platform. $ Be the Power in the Cash App. Use the super chat. Donate to our nonprofit, United Sons, USADOF.org. Also, we are doing a fundraiser because we are going across the country. We are taking this across the country to different colleges, universities, and community centers. And we are raising funds. I just put that link in the chat. So there's a number of ways to support us and the work that we've been putting in. Y'all know we are the creme de la creme in this space. It is what it is, man. And we've brought out a lot of information, and that's why I was so excited to hear the brother Black Contraband, because when I hear people that get it, I want to keep hearing people that get it and understand this thing, because I look at them as one of us, point blank, period. So let's get into this, and let me pull this. Oh, it's already pulled up. All right, let's go.
Is not necessarily true on an individualized basis. So another example. So we, again, as I discussed, we attempt very vigorously to recruit and enroll rural students. And we don't ask them to write their essay about how being from a rural background affects their sense of self and their experiences. But what we say is that person comes with something that we value.
Well, they may choose to write about it, but what's the answer to my question? Why do you have these boxes? Why do you give a student the opportunity to say, this one thing about me, I'm Hispanic, I'm African American, I'm Asian. What does that in itself tell you?
We think that it can, in context, on a individualized basis, perhaps not in every case, but in some cases, give important information about where that person is coming from and what their experiences have been. And really, this goes to the heart of the dispute that we have between the parties. So they say on page 53 of their brief that race says nothing about who you are. And we just don't think that is true when you look at American society as it exists. We think that in the context of everything else that we know about an applicant, it can matter, not always, and there's no automatic plus factor that's given, but it can matter what an applicant's racial background is.
Let me just ask one more related question, and that is the circumstance. This is a real problem, and I've heard it described to me by people who face it. When can a student honestly claim to fall within one of these groups that is awarded a plus factor? So let's say the student has one grandparent who falls within that class. Can the student claim to be a member of an underrepresented minority?
Yes, we rely on self-reporting, and we don't give it.
One great-grandparent.
If that person believes that that is the accurate expression of their identity, I don't think there would be any.
One great-great-grandparent. You're going to make me continue to go on.
Right. I think that as we go on, I agree that it would seem less plausible that that person would feel that this is actually capturing my true racial identity. But the same is true for any of the other diversity factors that we.
It's family lore that we have an ancestor who was an American Indian.
So I think in that particular circumstance, it would be not accurate for them to say. Based on
I identify as an American Indian because I've always been told that some ancestor back in the old days was an American Indian.
Yeah, so I think in that circumstance, it would be very unlikely that that person was telling the truth. And the same is true for, we rely on self-reporting for all the demographic and other characteristics that we ask for. And there's nothing special about the racial identification on that score, Your Honor.
You get an automatic.
That was it. That was it for that clip, fam. So, like, really what I was trying to highlight is that, Harvard or whoever that was, UNC, their attorneys were stating that we do accept self-reporting. And if a white person was to say they have Native ancestry, they would consider it. Now, Alito pressured them by saying, okay, so you believe in this. Do you believe if one person had one grandparent that they can use that identity? He said, yeah. He said, what about a great grandparent? Yeah. He said, so what if it was great fifth? And this is shot at the pretendians. White people, just like these black people, think that if we go back 9 generations, we got some Indian, we're gonna claim it. And that's not how this shit should work. You know what I'm saying? Because that's not your identity. But that you see, he was pressuring them on a sense of like, if we do rely on self-reporting, which was what the Indian guy was mentioning with the what did he call it? The Pocahontas factor. If they allowed that for reparations, that's where we would almost want to have something to the race standard where we're trying to prevent them from saying, yeah, if I can prove this guy, he might have raped this person or, this woman or whatever, but this is my great-great-grandfather's whatever. You know what I'm saying? And that is something that, Greg Carr tried to poke at with our claim because now it's official. The freedman status is better than saying African ancestry, African descent. So now he's saying, okay, how y'all gonna stop white people from getting it now? And we like, bro, y'all ain't even think about that, but we gonna get it together. You know what I'm saying?
He's gonna keep trying to find a problem to the solution, basically.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, so I'm gonna play this next clip. Bros, did y'all have anything y'all wanted to chime in on from anything that y'all heard?
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, I say that's why the criteria that we're trying to develop is based on science and anthropology, because of what they just went through. That whole little demonstration that he walked them down through of, look, how about the 4th great grandparent? How about the 5th great grandparent? But this, you see what I'm saying? Because we got to deal with the actual science of the thing as opposed to just self-identification.
Yeah, like self-identification is literally which box you want to pick. You know what I'm saying? Like whatever they gave you, you just choosing to, pick. That's all that is.
All right. So let's go to this next clip, y'all. Hit that like button, fam. Hit that like button. Show some love to the channel.
At all. So today, a benefit to descendants of slaves would not be race-based, correct?
I think that's incorrect, Justice Kavanaugh.
Well, how does that, you just said benefit to former slaves was not race-based in the Freedmen's Bureau. How's that different now?
Well, the remedial exception that this court has recognized is fairly narrow. It has to be prior.
The question is whether it's race-based. You said, I think, to Justice Gorsuch, I'm sorry to interrupt his question, but you said to Justice Gorsuch, I think, that the benefit for former slaves was not race-based. That's correct. And the benefit for descendants of former slaves is also not race-based. You can make other arguments if you want about that, but it does not seem to be race-based under what you said to Justice Gorsuch, correct?
Not correct. I think there's a difference between the former slaves themselves getting a benefit versus generations later. I think that's the classification on the basis of ancestry, which is still problematic under this court's precedents. Even if it's not directly race-based, I would assume that universities are, and it depend on the record, but universities are drawing that classification as a proxy for race in ways that the Reconstruction Congress was not.
Okay, if I might just finish up. The Freedmen's Bureau is on the federal side. We have some briefs before us that also talk about practice on the state side. Now, we know that shortly after the Civil War, there were a lot of race-based statutes passed by states, and most of them were Jim Crow laws that invidiously discriminated.
Hey, that was it, fam.
Was it? All right.
Yeah, that was it. But like what it's pointing out is white folks, now that the Supreme Court telling them, like, look, descendants of slaves, it would be race neutral, so y'all don't have a way to support, push for race-based. And he say, well, I think it would be on the grounds of ancestry now. But he didn't say that for the Native American claimants who was just claiming one grandparent.
That's
so
right.
This is how wicked what you say that these devils are.
That's right.
This is how wicked they are, where they go now switch to what Greg Carr is saying, like, okay, it's an ancestry thing for them, so it could be racial. Because if it's of African descent or you can prove that you got this grandparent, how is that not on your ancestry? And the thing is, it's a political status, like y'all said.
Let me say something. Ancestors are the laws pertaining to ancestor, the law pertaining to heirs of ancestors are legitimate laws. They're not unconstitutional laws. And so for us to make our claims based on our ancestors or our connection to our ancestors it would not be unconstitutional. The term that they deem to be a proxy for race is the word lineage, not ancestor.
He tried it though. He definitely.
But
he
see,
definitely tried it.
When we agree that if in New York, for example, where they say have descendants of people with African ancestry, that's a proxy for race, because now that would be equivalent to a white person saying descendants of people with European ancestry. That's clearly referring to the white race, because that's the definition of that term. You know what I'm saying? So
see, the way I view this, right, and we would have some debates on this among ourselves. I always viewed this from the perspective of status. I would say status and harms. And I think that so the people have a specific status, right? Yeah. And I know, like, maybe 2 years ago, I remember all us being on the phone, especially Logic. And we was having this debate one time about the harms and the status, and we was going back and forth. I was like, well, I think we need to focus on the status, and I think we need to focus on the harms. And but
I think that was last year.
That was last year. So it's like when we're looking at everything that the justices are saying here, I mean, let's read what Thomas has right here and what's up on the screen. Importantly, however, the acts apply to freedmen and refugees, right? This was such a masterful opinion that he gave, because what he did here was he's taken into account the two different races of people, right? If you really read it, that's what he's doing. He has freedmen, which he has italicized, and refugees as a parenthetical. So it's like, okay, I'm gonna speak to the status, but I know that the status went to a certain people, and these certain people were historically identified by racial terms: Negro, Black, colored, there's a whole bunch of other names. And refugees are thought only to be white people, right? But we know that that also extended to some quote unquote Black people as well, as you know. But that's not the point. The point is that he's clear with what he's doing here. He's adding the freedmen, again, race is incidental, so-called Black people, and he's adding refugees. And let's strictly stick refugees to so-called white people. Then he says, speaking of the term freedmen, a formerly race-neutral category, which means that his parenthetical, it has that same race neutral category, has the same effect on refugees, period. Category, not blacks writ large. And you got to look up writ large. I can't remember the meaning. I've been looking it up every day since I've been reading it. And it says, and because not all blacks in the United States were former slaves, freedmen was a decidedly under-inclusive proxy for race. And so if that bill in New York, Brother Black Contraband, would have said freedmen or even American freedmen, then we move out of this racial element and we look at the people based on the status that this government, hold on, let me reframe that. Based on the status that we fought for in this government by saving the Union, let me be clear, and ultimately defeating the South and freeing our kith and our kindred. That bill in New York then would pass. These are examples. These are breadcrumbs. Success leaves clues. Failure also leaves clues. Failure leaves clues. He says in the beginning of this thing, and I'm going to have to scroll all the way up, right? Because I want to read that part one more time before I hand it off. But he says in the beginning of this thing, of his opinion, excuse me, he says this: in the wake of the Civil War, the country focused its attention on restoring the Union and establishing the legal status of newly freed slaves. And he goes on to break down what that legal status is and the fact that that legal status is an under-inclusive proxy for race. To me, the case is closed. The only thing left to do now is for the reparationists across this country to pull ourselves together, figure this thing out, start doing our advocacy work, making sure we bump these nefarious organizations like Narcan and Cobra out the way. Push aside people that may be in this space who are actively undermining everything, because many of them don't even believe in local reparations, right? And some people will have an issue with that. But we can't let Narcan and Cobra take over any of the local initiatives. So if we have the opportunity to take over those initiatives, then we should do so, because we don't need Narcan and Cobra being the quote unquote experts on the federal level. Point blank, period. And even, and I'll say this in passing, if you peep what I believe was Kavanaugh, or was that Gorsuch that was going back and forth with the attorney?
I think that was Kavanaugh.
Kavanaugh.
Yeah.
Kavanaugh. All right. So he says if a benefit went to basically freedmen right after slavery that wasn't race-based, how could it not be a benefit to their descendants? And dude tried to dance all around.
How could it be race-based if it went to their descendants? That's the question.
Because basically he's trying to say the reason why freedmen got certain benefits is not race-based. And if that's true, then the reason why benefits going to the descendants should not be race-based.
That's my bad. I said that wrong. But the point is, and that was the lawyer for the affirmative act. I mean, the people that was against affirmative action. When you read these opinions, they even answer his question in detail and prove that what he said was wrong. And we got to take this now. The ball is literally in our court, family. It's on us. It's on us. We can push to have the Freedmen's Bureau reestablished right now. Why? Because they have an Office of New Americas. And if you are going to use strict scrutiny, I can invoke, I can file a case and say, well, the United States of America is doing something specifically for certain groups of people, Hispanics. We can name a bunch of other people, but most of these benefits, and if I'm not mistaken, the Office of New Americas appears to serve only Hispanics. I could be wrong on that. Now they can say, right now, here's the flip side of that. They can say, well, it's not serving Hispanics. It's serving immigrants.
Yeah, it's for all immigrants, Naeem.
Huh?
It's for all immigrants.
Okay, it's for all immigrants. Okay.
Yeah, because in Michigan, they got the Arabs getting it down, Chaldeans and all that. Yeah.
That's why I said I didn't know. It just appears that way. From my research, it seemed like every face and name that I've seen so far has been Spanish so far, right? But on the flip side of that, the argument can be made that, well, we're not catering to a race or an ethnic group. We are catering to immigrants, and immigrants, well, immigrant is a legal status in this country, and which we would say, okay, bingo, thank you. So now you've just given us more weighty evidence for our push to reestablish everything freedmen. It's on us now. It's on us.
Yep, I agree, bro. I agree. And the lineage thing, let me say it like this, because I used to keep saying to people that your lineages have a name to them, right? And it's not black. It's not Black American. You can't use Black American as your lineage. You have to use your family names, right? Your family names, those particular family lines will connect you to the status. This is how you are connected to the status, by way of these families. That's why I always say the American freedmen families, because you have to make this thing about your family, your ancestors, your connection to the people who were emancipated, by which your status comes. You see what I'm saying? It's all connected. It's all interconnected. And I was recommending staying away from lineage because I saw a while ago that lineage and the word lineage and the word race were synonymous terms. You see what I'm saying? And the fact of the matter is they're going to, especially in terms of the way people are using lineage, they use lineage in conjunction with Black Americans. My lineage, one lineage, they use the word lineage, not lineages, but lineage, my lineage, and then they say Black American. So therein lies the problem. That's why I said you have to be careful with the way you're doing that, because what you're implying in the way that you're using it is that Black American is your lineage, and that's just not the case. And if you use that way, they're going to easily say, well, you're construing, you're using this as a proxy for race because you keep talking about Black American.
Who else you gonna run with? The truth is us. Come on, fam. Let's go. Let's pull this thing together, man. Josh, Black Contraband. What else y'all got for us? Wait, that's right, Sister Roz. That Asian crime bill is racial, and ever since this thing dropped, Sister Roz, my wheels have been a turning. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I just think y'all on point. I think like just having a discussion on this gives clarity for those who don't know, and then at the same time, like we building on a common ground of what we all agree on, right? And I say what you said on the legal status and what Ali said about using our families that connect to that status. That's the most important thing. And the only other thing that I had for tonight was to say, when we talking about the freedman status, you got people now because they bitter and they feelings, and because, to be quite frank, the track record shows. Y'all had said that the other day, like Josh always say, BTP is always right. I said in the background, I'm like, they got a track record of being always right. So y'all could be wrong, but y'all been right so far. So you know what I'm saying? That's all that matters. And so to that,
that's so funny. I didn't even know I said that on the live. I thought I was always saying that in the back chat.
No, that's what Naeem said on the live. You know what I'm saying?
You said it one time, Josh. Yeah. I don't know if it was on the Twitter space or on the YouTube, but I brought it up the other day.
Oh, that's funny. I'm about to say, because I don't be saying, I be saying it
I'll
as a
be
joke.
tuning in. Yeah,
And I
that's what
don't
I'm
want people
saying.
to think we arrogant and nothing like that. But I'm like,
Well, I said it.
where we gonna be wrong?
Nah,
Yeah, where
I
we gonna
said
be
it.
wrong?
I said that you joke when you say it. It's lighthearted, you
Yeah.
know, and that's
For
true.
sure.
You know, it's
Yeah.
not arrogance. It's not. I mean, come on, fam. We've been studying for a long.
Come on, we can't
time.
get honors where honors is due, man. What the
Thank
honesty
you.
in this movement, man.
Thank you, brother.
Like, that's
I
all it comes
appreciate it.
down to. That's what we gonna keep it at. Like, so I was gonna say with the Freeman thing, you was having this back and forth, and so because people bitter and in their feelings and they don't want to accept the term, they start to try to position like, how can we use Black American or Negro or these other terms and still arrive into the reparations result, even though they got the evidence from the Supreme Court and everything that we've been saying up to now, like even with what's happened in California. And so you got people who asked you yesterday, Naheem, like, would a person who was already free prior to the 13th and Emancipation Proclamation be considered a freeman? And you said your stance has always been yes. Like that, if you were a freeman prior to that, you like other manumissions or acts, you would therefore be considered a freeman. Now, that's also my position, but I wanted to lay it down with some facts and say that Frederick Douglass was free damn near around 1838. Frederick Douglass, without a doubt, was a freeman, was elected to be the president of the Freedmen Savings Bank. We know the mischief behind it, but all in all, they considered him a freeman, even though he was free before freemen were established.
And that's why
in the color conventions. That's it.
And that's why when we give the comprehensive definition that California was I would say it was supposed to use, but whatever. When they give that comprehensive definition, it encompasses all of that. I don't know if we want to bring that up.
You know
but
what?
The Supreme Court, bring up the Supreme Court letter because that's in there. Bring that up.
Hey, but y'all might be ahead of the course because Thomas is saying, I don't know if he's saying it just for the 13th and 14th Amendment and Emancipation Proclamation, or if he is saying it for all of the Black people that were here who, if we looking at it from back then, there's no way for them to be able to really state who was a free person of color or who was freed from slavery, because they probably don't have that extensive records for all of them, right?
That's true.
And the people of the color convention, 90 to 80% of them were formerly enslaved. You get what I'm saying? So,
and Ali gave one of the best breakdowns too the other night. Remember, I repeated his breakdown where Ali said, you'll be hard pressed to trace your ancestry, right? He said you got 2 parents, 4 grandparents, 8 great-grandparents, 16 great-great-grandparents. It keeps going and branching out.
Yeah.
And you would be hard pressed to, even if you found
just all free.
That's
Black
right,
folks.
just all free.
Like,
you know what? We were free before them Negroes came up from the South, and we will only marry within each other. And you better not marry one of those freedmen, little dark-skinned Jesse. They're like, nah, it ain't work that way.
Hey, that's what I wanted you to address that. Oh God.
All right, so this is the definition that we have of freedmen, and Ali, the professor, came up with this definition of what an American freedman means. This was in the letter that we sent to the Supreme Court. Now, we don't know if they read that letter, but we believe that they did. We believe that. So it says, American freedmen means the 4 million men, women, and children emancipated in 1865 by way of the 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution. It also includes the progeny of those historically identified as Negroes, Blacks, Coloreds, or mulattoes of African descent who gained freedom from slavery prior to 1865 by way of either the Emancipation Proclamation, being contrabands under the Confiscation Acts, being fugitives in accordance to Article 4, Section 2, Clause 3 of the U.S. Constitution, as well as the Fugitive Slave Acts, freedom suits, gradual abolition or emancipation in northern states, purchasing their own freedom manumission by owners, or enlisting and fighting as patriots during the American Revolution. We covered every base. If you were a slave in this country at any point, we classify you as an American freedman, regardless. So even if Justice Thomas and them has a narrow construing of who an American freedman is based on just the acts in 1865, namely the 13th Amendment, well, again, it goes back to you'll still be hard-pressed to find a straight direct line from one of them people that didn't marry a freedman from 1865.
Right. Or use the example that, you have what I said, you have 4 grandparents, 8 great-grandparents, 16 second great-grandparents, 32 third great-grandparents. Let's say all 32 of your third great-grandparents were in the United States. Do you believe that all 32 of them were free blacks? You don't think any of them were either slaves or come from someone who was enslaved?
And how did they get over here as free blacks? How they came over here with their freedom? They didn't. They came over here voluntarily. They heard the people, the Africans, was getting enslaved, and they said, I think I want to go over there too. I think it's popping over there.
Exactly. All those people contribute to who we are as individuals today. So all 32 of my third great grandparents, all 64 of my fourth great grandparents contribute to who I am today. So if one of those 64, or if 32 of those 64 were slaves and 32 were free, that means I still have slave ancestry.
That's right. He said claiming to be a pure blood free black person is crazy.
It's insane. It's retarded, and there's no way to prove that. And I also gave the example of the episodes of Finding Your Roots by Queen Latifah and LL Cool J. Right? If y'all have seen those, you know what I'm talking about. But if you can't find them and look at them. LL Cool J has a particular line of his family that were free blacks. But he also has a line of his family that were slaves. Same thing with Queen Latifah. She comes from free blacks on one side, and on another side, she comes from slaves. But what happens with people like the Pretendians is they latch on to one thing and say, see, you see, like, this is retarded. This is like bimbo babble, man.
I was gonna say, hey,
great grandmama Sue.
These the same people saying they ain't got no African ancestry. So I was gonna say it makes sense that they think they pure free. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the crazy thing.
Oh, remember that one dude that came on that night, y'all? He came on the channel.
Yeah.
Was that you that asked him that?
Yeah, and he got all upset because I asked him about his father, and he said he didn't know his father. I don't remember. It was something about his father.
Yeah, but that was hilarious, man.
The only thing I had, fam, was this definition was on point, and I ain't got no pushback. I think the court would, be hard pressed to not prove that these people wouldn't be considered freedmen.
Exactly.
Especially with Frederick Douglass and all of the other freed persons at the time paving the way for the freedmen fight. Like it's interrelated. And so I think, Shirley Weber, she hit it on the head where she said those free blacks should also be considered because of what they had to go through at the time. And we all in agreement. So, hey, that's a blessing.
That's right. So look, man, fam, we opened the conversation up. It was good to have some type of opposition. My man Stu Pease, my Jamaican brother came up in. That was so funny when I seen him in the queue. I was like, what's Stu Pease doing up in here, man? We not having a Pan-African argument, but it was good though. We got to teach. I love to teach, man. When certain people come with a certain type of energy, like once again came, you know what I'm saying? I'm just not feeling that. My patience runs thin because I could tell certain people that look down on their own people. And you know them because they make these stupid silly, unproven or unprovable quips like, you know, because our people, we ain't gonna do nothing but just get the money and go spend it on Michael Jordan.
And yo, you know what's funny about that? It's often, and I'm not shooting at nobody. It's an observation. It's often people who are former convicts.
Cause damn, I remember having.
Well, come on, man, come on. So, I mean, but we know why that is, because, you know, again, I'm trying to empathize, but when you're in that situation, the reality that you face, you may not know how to like fully express the thought or you know, be conscious of it. But you're in the same position that your great grandfather was. You know, I think about that. My grandfather he went through Jim Crow. You know, he was in a Jim Crow segregated Navy, and it was a terrible situation. But he fought through. He was in World War II, came home to Jim Crow segregation, and dealt with rural Southern Virginia racism. Right. You know, once you get in that system, they put the F on you. And now you're in a similar position depending on what state you live in. So I think Virginia, they allow felons to have a pathway to get to vote, but I think the current government is trying to get rid of that. Anyway, in many states, you get certain stuff put on you, get that F on you. You are in a Jim Crow situation. You're back in the same disabled citizenship position that your grandfather and your great grandfather was. And when people face that reality, it creates a sense of hopelessness because, damn, like this is how are we gonna ever make progress when I'm in that same damn position? So I can empathize with people like that, you know. But that is with that. If you are in that position, then all you got is reparations. You have to be in this fight for justice. You can't be a fatalist.
Well, let me jump in because I'm reminded of a debate I had last year. My brother, who was a former NOI, he's against reparations, probably still against it. And he put me on the phone with one of his people. So I guess he thought this guy could be the one to shut my arguments down. So the
former convict.
He gets on the phone. I did 4 years. You know what I'm saying? I did 4 years in prison and I came home. You know what I'm saying? I worked. Like this dude is telling me the steps he took to start his own business, right? So he said, I worked, and then I drove trucks, and then
drove trucks or cut hair. Drive trucks or cut hair.
And then he was like, I stacked up my own money and got my own truck and then started my own business. And so you can't tell me that because I did that, everybody else can't do that. I was like, yeah, you know, because everybody that I know should just be able to go get a CDL and drive a truck, man. There should be about 20 million trucks on the highway going every which way, right? Well, nah, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, you know, now you got to start dancing when that argument don't make no sense because everybody is not going to drive a truck. Everybody's not going to be able to shoot and dunk a basketball. Everybody is not going to be able to host a TV show like Oprah Winfrey did. You see what I'm saying?
Everybody not gonna be a barber and own a barber shop.
Now, my barber, this dude debated with me. Man, he kept debating with me. So I played the Martin Luther King, we're coming to get our check. And that paused him for a little minute. He's like, whoa. And I played it on the Bluetooth speaker in the barbershop. Everybody paused on that one, but especially him because he was against reparations. So a couple months later, I go back in. He was like, man, New York, I've been waiting to see you. He's like, I don't know, man. My position on reparations is starting to change a little bit. So I started laughing. I was like, what's up? He was like, my wife is I think he said she's a home health aide or something like that, nurse's aide or something like that. And her client is Jewish. And she's been taking care of the woman for a minute. But his wife just decided that day to tell him when she came on, you know, the old Jewish lady I'm taking care of still get a reparations check from Germany. This chick like in her 80s or 90s or whatever it was. and America is also helping to pay. It's something that was through America as well. And so it messed this dude up. And she was able to explain the Jewish woman's situation. So when he came back in the barbershop, he was like, man, I got a different perspective now. I can't lie. He said, I can't lie, man. I got a different perspective because them people could basically afford my wife for her to come in and, you know what I'm saying, take care of them. So, you know, we don't get the same treatment when we get older and go through them nursing homes and things of that nature. So, yeah, it's usually the barber or the or the convict that drive the truck that done built his own. And that's another thing with our people. If you ever got fly and you was like, yo, I'm about to kill him with this when I go outside, you know, because I know I used to do that all the time. Right before I got in the Moorish movement, I lost all my sense of style when I was in the Moorish movement. But before that, man, listen. But I used to say that, oh, I'm about to kill him with these. In New York, we had our own, you know, little style, like the Dolomites, the $200 boots. It's like I got the Dolos, I got the whatever pants I was rocking. I would even throw on the Tommy Hill button-up Hawaiian shirt with a derby on, with the Cuban link swing. You know what I'm saying? So, and that used to be my thing. I'm about to kill him when I go out. And that's a part of our thinking, right? It's that when we get it, is we automatically want to try to stunt on everybody else. So a lot of people that I notice also that are against reparations are people that got it. They feel like their unique come up should be the way that everybody comes up first and foremost. But secondly, they look down on everybody else because they don't want nobody to be as fly as them. Because who's going to pay any attention to them, right? That's the purpose. It's like, I'm going to get so fly, everybody's going to be looking at me, period. I hope my analogy ain't go. That's right, sister. I had a couple pair of Bally's back in the day. Young me, when I was like 14. I had a couple pair of them joints. So, fam, man, let's wind this thing down. We've been on here. Woo! This may have, we've been on longer. We've been on longer, a little bit longer. But we've been on here for a minute. I was hoping for a long discussion, to be honest with you. I was hoping for a long discussion. So, you know, anybody got anything else to share before we get up off here?
Yeah,
no,
give me a
got
second.
nothing else.
Give me a second.
Yo, Black Contraband, what's your name on Twitter, bro?
At a black_voice. I'm Earn on Twitter.
Oh, damn. Yeah. That's so crazy. I was like, this sound like Earn.
Yeah.
But I didn't think that's crazy.
Yeah.
My bad. Matter of fact, before we get up out of here, let's go to your tweet. Because I retweeted one of your tweets. Matter of fact, let's
address the Thomas position on the opinion.
Yes.
I was gonna say I had learned something new. What you call it? The
obiter dictum. Let's get into that.
Dictum.
Right. So
let's
let's get into your original tweet. So let's go to your original tweet. You said, here's the only section in Justice Thomas's concurrence that I had an issue with. As a reparationist, I just don't like the way this reads or how it translates in relationship to our cause. If we, American freedmen, have to shoulder the moral, financial, and historical effects of slavery and its institution, then the same should be said of others. The thought that today's generations bear no moral debt for their ancestors' role in slavery is absurd. Now, I disagree with that. That's why I framed my tweet the way that I did, and we'll get into that. Especially if said individuals benefited from the wealth and advantageous position of discriminatory laws that placed us in our predicament today. This thinking is what has perpetuated the lost cause narrative and efforts to stop reparative efforts for slavery and its badges. Beyond this, I think he did a solid job in establishing our position on the freedmen political status and need for its full usage going forward. So let's read that section that Thomas speaks about, and then I'm going to get into my response to this. So it says today's Justice Thomas concurring. Today's 17, well, no, that's from his citation from his last quote. This is a new sentence. Today's 17-year-olds, after all, did not live through the Jim Crow era, enact or enforce segregation laws, or take any action to oppress or enslave the victims of the past. Whatever their skin color, today's youth simply are not responsible for instituting the segregation of the 20th century. And they do not shoulder the moral debts of their ancestors. Our nation should not punish today's youth for the sins of the past. So when I read that, I'm like, let me go to let's go to my tweet. Let me in my response. I said, Justice Thomas already made the case for reparations in his rebuttals to Sotomayor et al. This was mere obiter dictum, his non-judicial opinion. Everything else was couched in historical facts. The responsibility doesn't fall on 17-year-olds. As he already stated, the federal government has that responsibility to remedy a race-based harm, aka a compelling governmental interest, which remedies the badges and incidents of slavery. I could have did that sentence better. That quip about 17-year-olds is meaningless in the grand scheme of things. Right? And then all right, that quip about 17-year-olds is meaningless in the grand scheme of things and sets no legal precedent. And I pulled up this screenshot, obiter dictum, a judge's incidental expression of opinion, not essential to the decision and not establishing precedent. And that's exactly what that was. And that's all that was, an incidental remark. But if you look at it, it was kind of loaded to me, right? I don't know. I just seen it different. Why arbitrarily use 17-year-olds and youth? That makes no sense. These 17-year-olds can't even vote. Why not say today's white people, if you will, right? Because that's what you want to say. Today's white people, after all, did not live through the Jim Crow era, enact or enforce segregation laws, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, whatever their skin color, and the nation. He chose to use 17-year-olds. I thought that was an odd use of language here, to be honest with you. Go ahead,
he using age instead of race. You know what I'm saying? And somebody had mentioned it in when we talking about like the 14th Amendment. I was doing some research on this, but he was saying something about there's like a clause in there where it's saying like if we have the same standing or something like that. They said there's various laws passed today where like how we look at liquor laws and all of those things where 21-year-olds can drink but 6-year-olds cannot. And so it's just like they can use age in specific ways in the law. So I found it, for me personally, this whole thing, I don't think legally, Naheem, there's an issue. I think what it gives out to those who support the lost cause, those people who are anti-CRT, it gives them the moral fiber, to be like, okay, the Supreme Court saying we ain't got no moral responsibility for this. So our congressman, who is a descendant of those slave masters, get this rhetoric. And this is what we've been fighting against for years, where it's the blatant negligence and this idea where my dad enslaved my great granddad enslaved your great grandfather. I didn't do it, but I benefited from everything from that, and you did not. That's the moral point of our argument. And if we're looking at it from like a Jewish Holocaust thing, the descendants of Nazis have a moral debt to the Jewish people because they can't just have a stance that, oh, we ain't put y'all in the torture chambers or the gas chambers. That was our granddads. But the thing is, as a society, you now weigh the moral debt of that harm. And until the repair is made, that's where it is. And that's how we need to be when it comes to like freedmen reparations.
Yes.
How they attacked us so much, but we don't
agree.
even want to use freedmen. You know,
That's called the stain of slavery. It's the
Yeah.
stain, the macula servitude. It's the stain of slavery.
But brother Ern, Pete, right? If they was to say that to me, I don't bear the response. You know what I'm gonna say? I'm gonna be like, yeah, you are absolutely correct. It is not your responsibility. So, and if they say, yeah, because Clarence Thomas said XYZ, I'll be like, yeah, he absolutely did. You're right. But let me show you what else Clarence Thomas said. Let me show you what else he said. He also said the government can plainly remedy a race-based injury that it has inflicted, not your white ancestor, not your white politician, not your 17-year-old. The government can plainly remedy a race-based injury that it has inflicted. Those such remedies must be meant to further a colorblind government, not perpetuate racial consciousness.
There you go.
Mr. New version of the lost cause, I agree with you. So we're not fighting for reparations so that you can come out of your pocket to give me anything.
Exactly.
That's
Think about.
I think that got to be conveyed when what I'm saying.
Yes.
But I feel like the narrative is that, like, if the average citizen don't feel the moral debt, then the average congressman who has that constituency not gonna feel the moral debt. And then when we're talking about legislation, because they have no ties to this moral debt, they saying, why the fuck would we even consider that? We ain't have nothing to do with segregation. And we like, bro, but y'all see the facts. Y'all see what happened. You agree it was wrong. And you're saying, I don't give a damn because we didn't do it. And that's where we've been in a situation. Like for these last few hundred years, they've been saying that to us as freedmen. And then we changed up on the status and was like, well, fuck it. Since white people want to be white, we gonna be black. And then that's how this Pan-African and other shit started to, it's the natural counter to what they doing. And I feel like, they've made it so racial to the point where we like, they never gonna acknowledge this.
No, I feel you.
Yeah, I'm saying, I'm just saying in this last sense that Clarence Thomas is throwing them a bone where when he is already laying this out, right? Like he laid it out excellent. But then right after what we see is George Conway, he's a Republican. He on Twitter saying all the freedmen dead. Right. We don't give a fuck about what y'all talking about. They dead. We ain't do that.
That's gonna be the next.
So how we gonna stop?
Be the next argument.
No moral debt. They don't feel it. That's a part of the lost cause. And you said this is what you said. Deconfederation. Right. This is what we dealing with. It's just look different for us. We ain't saying white people y'all gotta pay us, but if you got 2,000 fucking acres and you got proof that this one family who still lives close to you has toiled for years under sharecropping and all that, and every day that you walk past them as a citizen, you don't feel no pittance or no moral, debt to say, I'll at least try to acknowledge what we did by doing something. Maybe if you don't want to give up your land and shit like that or your money, that's cool, but you should maybe be supporting policies now to say this is what happened.
Absolutely.
This is what we're doing to address. Here's a marker right now to establish what, you know what I'm saying? So those the freedmen monuments, everything that y'all been saying. So that was my only real pushback on
I got you. I feel you.
And they say that slavery is America's original sin. That's why we talk about the stain of slavery. It's never been erased from society because the people who were forced to wear the badges of slavery still wear the badges. You've never done anything to remedy that. So it is the moral obligation of the members of this nation as true American citizens. We are calling on all true American citizens.
That's right.
And look, this is the last thing. They had the moral debt to these Native American tribes to where they like, oh yeah, there was a treaty where we said we're gonna give y'all half of Oklahoma, and they obliged. They recognized the rights of Indian freedmen. But when it comes to us, that's the game. So that's how
you gonna kill a Conway, the people like the George Conway too. Be like, so what about these people over here that are still freedmen? How do you explain that, Georgie?
Hey, y'all got the
Yes.
knowledge, man. We just gotta weaponize it, man. It's
Gotta weaponize it. And that's what we've been trying to do. Like when even with the ADOS people, because they use that same kind of, you know what's so crazy? A lot of people don't even realize that they adopt white supremacist arguments, right? Because they're ego tripping and they want to argue with us. So, you know, you get a bunch of ADOS people will say all of the freedmen are dead. Now, you know, that's a white supremacist argument, and that's the same thing that they're going to say to try to block you from getting to where you're trying to go. But the fact of the matter is, we keep saying to them, well, if that's the case, then tell that to the Cherokee freedmen. Tell that to the Chickasaw freedmen, because they still identify as freedmen.
Well,
or Greg Carr, who like, well, you think he gonna trick us?
Hey,
Naheem, argument.
Hey, Naheem, tell the crowd though what the obiter dictum was again, because or even if I'm, you know, pronouncing it wrong, because I think that's a gem people got to take away, that these justices will have opinions, but as it relates to our precedent and the law, that ain't nothing. And
All right, let me pull it up. Matter of fact, this is what because I thought I had it pulled up when I was reading from it, so I'll pull it up. And what I basically said was, Justice Thomas already made the case for reparations in his rebuttals to Sotomayor et al. This was mere obitum dictum, right? What he said about the 17-year-olds and, you know, they didn't live through all of that BS. So, but this term right here, obiter dictum, it means a judge's incidental expression of opinion, not essential to the decision and not establishing precedent. So if you read that, you can clearly see that he's just saying that, because that has absolutely nothing to do with this case. He just inserted it, and that was it. This was his signal to the right. I'm still with y'all, but I'm telling you, I still read that some kind of way. I still read that as not exactly what people may think it was. That's why I retweeted it like that. I'm like, I looked at it. I'm like, I don't know if that's exactly what it is, but you're right, brother. They're gonna use that. They're gonna use that as because they've been doing it. They've been
exactly, yeah. Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell, they just both said it like, no, we're not responsible for that. Tim Scott, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, like, Joe Biden said it. Joe Biden said it.
Exactly.
That's right.
We like, so wait, we like, even with what happened recently with the sharecropping afterwards and everything, y'all still saying y'all ain't do that too. So what about mass incarceration? Who are we going to hold responsible if you saying us as individuals aren't responsible, but then even when it comes to our government, you're also saying the government ain't responsible because they didn't do it either. And it's like, how does this make sense for us? You know what I'm saying?
Indeed. Prime was saying I got a text from Prime early. I didn't even see this. He was saying he couldn't really hear the clip. I'm hoping everybody else.
Yeah, I hope so.
Because we heard
none of the sisters wanted to come on. I'm surprised none of the sisters wanted to come on.
Yeah, man. But you know, it was a good it's a good discussion. We needed it. I think everybody is on a high right now, man. I was talking to Sister Roz, was that earlier today or yesterday? My brain has just been all over the place. I think it was yesterday. I was talking to Sister Roz, Sister Kelly from DC, and Sister Kelly from Nevada. Matter of fact, yeah, both Kelly. We just, I don't know, man. You could feel the energy that's just like we just got a gift. And people got to understand that fighting against us is futile. Because now it's like, well, here, fight against this. Here you go. And then when you can't fight against that, then start calling Justice Thomas all type of cool, you know, ad hominem.
Hey.
Go into the doctrine of the fallacies of ad hominem.
Hey, they arguing with the Supreme Court at this point. But here's the thing. Be the power are not a proxy for the Supreme Court. So arguing with us ain't the same as fighting against the Supreme Court's decision. It's just not the same thing.
That's right. And wait a minute. Let me reverse that. the Supreme Court is not a proxy for BTP, because we've been saying this for the past 3 years, straight like that. So, yo, man, we gonna wind this thing down, family. This has been a great, great discussion tonight. I could feel it. I feel the tide turning because the Afrocentrists, they're getting crushed. This crushed them. That's why Greg Carr's out there gaslighting right now. Gaslighting. Absolutely crushed them. So I'm just, man.
Because you do know that they put out a piece where they were shooting at the term freedmen. Jam Ayua was, I think she was the author of the piece, and it's published on Narcan. I don't know if it's Narcan and Cobra or IBW, whatever. It was published in one of their publication on their website or something like that.
Yep.
Hey, Naheem, I got one last thing to share,
bro.
if you could share, bro.
Oh, go ahead, bro.
All right, give me 1 second. I'm finna find it real quick.
Yeah, man. We I'm excited. I'm really, really excited about this whole thing. I can see the future a little bit clearer.
Hey, let's end it off.
Before you go, Contraband, this has, over these past 3 years, this has been a series of, I want to say events, but it's more than just events. They were revelations that happened. Even the Back South strategy, Charles Blow, that book, like that was just so powerful. Roy Beck's book, The Back of the Hiring Line, it was the missing piece because that part wasn't touched on like that in From Here to Equality. It just was like a fleeting sentence or two from my observation, and that was it. But Roy Beck detailed the deleterious effects that immigration has had on American freedmen, particularly our men. And, just a bunch of different things. It was just one thing that led to another, that led to another, that led to another. And as we refine it, it is wide at the base, but it's narrow at the top. It's like a pyramid, right? Because we're refining this thing now, and we're closing in the structure to the point to whereas there's nothing anybody can do to penetrate it. It's impregnable at this point. We just like Ali brought up the chick Jam that wrote the piece against freedmen. What do you say now? You can't say anything. You just prove yourself to be irrelevant because that's all you are. And the only thing that you can do is to attack the character of Justice Thomas. Don't harp on any of the other justices, just the black guy, because that's what Greg Carr and Roland Martin and the rest of the buffer class Boule Negroes are doing right now. That's what they're doing because that's all they can do. They can't touch the truth. So I'm going to pull up your piece, brother, Ern, and we're going to go from there. Oh, this is it?
Yeah. So I was just saying, you was talking about the Afrocentrists getting that blow. And I think people need to understand the Afrocentrists, the Pan-Africans, Garveyites, etc. And these folks have been talking down on lineage-based reparations from the get-go, and the reasons that they have used have almost been childish and kind of reveals like where we stand when we compare with them. But if you basing everything that y'all been saying and us on this lineage side have been saying versus what they have been saying, it's clear the ones who are trying to be practical and achieve real repair for the descendants. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
These folks, we don't know what to think. It's multicultural, it's nationalist stuff gone wrong. You know what I'm saying? It's some crazy stuff, but that's all I had. Though. These
Yashiki politics.
Yeah, that's what it is. But these reasons, though, like, look at what they said about lineage-based reparations, and then everybody just reflect that where we at. That's the reality. That's what Greg Carr and these folks, that's what they're upset about. But that's all I had.
Indeed. So, and I'm going to put this in the chat. I've never read it. I didn't care to. Ali actually started a rebuttal to this Michael Harriot piece. Oh damn, I put it in the back chat. Ali had actually started a rebuttal. This is the same piece, right, Ali?
No,
Oh,
that piece is about lineage-based reparations and why it's bad or some kind of white supremacist ideology or whatever the hell he was talking about.
No, that's this.
Yeah, that's what that is. But the piece that Jam did is a completely separate article. It's a completely separate
no. You started the rebuttal to the Michael Harriet piece, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is what I got pulled up. NARC just posted it on their website. That Michael Harriet piece out of the griot. Unless I'm still confusing. But this is the Michael Harriet piece that's on the screen. It's just on the NARC's. It's just on NARC's website.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Brother Gerard said, "What up, Ern?"
What's good, Gerard?
Yo, y'all be on the lookout, man. I'm gonna be contacting y'all over the next couple days. Matter of fact, I ain't going to even talk about it, but just y'all be on the lookout. I will be contacting y'all. And the Detroit freedmen are in the building. We forming like Voltron, family. We are forming like Voltron over here. Stop playing. And when we need to, we could be the Destructicons if we have to. It just depends on who the opposition is, right? So, hey, family. All right, man. Let's get up out of here, y'all. It's going on 4 hours. I feel like I could talk for another.
You got another video to play?
Nah, man. No more videos.
Yeah. Hey, I appreciate the bill, fellas.
Oh yeah, nah, we appreciate you, bro. Like real talk. I'm glad you came through. Glad you came through.
That's right. Honors, brother. And hey, Josh, you got anything to say before we get up out of here? Because I know you ain't with
Josh fell asleep. Oh, I thought Josh fell asleep.
I'm on, but yeah, I ain't got nothing to add.
All right.
Great broadcast tonight. Appreciate you coming on, Brother Conti.
Oh yeah, appreciate y'all for sure.
Yeah, all right, fam. You already know, man. Thank you all for coming through. The ball is now in our court. We literally have the wind beneath our wings. We have it. We got it's on us now. There are no how I go, Ali. There are no strange happenings.
No strange happenings. Law governs all events.
Law governs all events. There's no coincidence that we are here right now going through what we're going through. I was telling my daughter earlier. I said, if somebody would have told me 20 years ago that I would have been breaking down a Supreme Court decision, I'd have been like, I know. Because I know what my purpose is. And I know what my purpose was all the way back then, 20 years ago. Point blank, period. Shout out to our brother Fearless. What's going on?
What up, Fearless?
Shout out to everybody.
What up, Black Sea?
That's right.
Everybody, all the Freedmen family.
That's right. Sister
Riri. Sister Isla.
That's right. Who else? Brother Vince.
Shout out. Who?
Plugged in.
Vince. That's right. Who else, man?
Cash 504 is in the building. We got Narlins up in this piece.
Shout out to Shanna and Sister Shanna there.
That's right.
That's right.
That's
Sister
right.
Cindy, Sister Cindy, Sister Frida.
That's right.
Yeah.
Our sister
Sometimes we gotta acknowledge people. Sister Kelly, we gotta acknowledge people, man, because all of the people we're talking about are riders and they're people who have been putting in work, and particularly the ones who have stuck by us and showed us love and support.
Sister Antonia,
the Boston,
out of Chicago,
Marlon Watson, all of the Freedmen, all of these people who were, who could have acted funny but did not. You know what I mean? For different reasons, they could have, but they didn't. They continue to rock out with us, and I really appreciate that, man. Because ultimately, they see, I believe they see what we're doing is trying to be helpful. We're not trying to hurt anybody, right? And I don't know why people would take offense to what we, to what we do, but there are people who do for whatever reason. And so I just want to show these people that I appreciate them and I know them, that they're there and I see, and I respect and got mad love for them. So that's really what I wanted to say about it.
Deep down, I think they love us. I think they love us. How Jay-Z said, it's like the drunk uncle in your family. I think they love us. I think they do. All right, fam. I'm going to leave you all with the motto of our platform, which is don't just fight the power, become the power. And then and only then will you have the power to make a change. And with that, I say, peace.